Well, those of you that are tuning in, good evening. This is a board work session, and during our work sessions, we take on various topics. Sometimes we meet with staff, but it's just a chance for our board just to have some informal conversation before our formal board meeting. Hello, Mrs. Clemish, I see you. Nice to see you as well. So, board directors, tonight's topic for discussion is the superintendent search. And I know some of us are like, really, do we have to talk about that now? And there's means no disrespect to Mr. Weiss, who just got on board. But the conversation tonight really is just for us to begin developing a foundation. We're certainly not in a position to make any decisions tonight, but I wanted just to capture a little bit of an overview of three different pathways that are typical for superintendent searches. One that we certainly did 3 years ago when we selected Dr. Tucker. So I wanted to share those with you. I've sent you guys some plus and deltas for each of those pathways. And so just want to begin by just having a conversation about where we're leaning in terms of what we think we want to do in terms of this process. But let me start with the overview of the pathways. So there's really three pathways. There's a national search pathway, which is what we did 3 years ago. And that really entails contracting with a national search firm. It entails having them really help facilitate everything from developing a leadership profile, the individual we're looking for, to helping us with candidates, recruitment. They typically have their own database of people that they have at the ready, people they know are looking for a superintendent position, so they provide that as a resource. They provide marketing, they provide surveying our constituencies, helping with the screening process, facilitating the interview process. So really a national search really what makes it unique is it really is a signal that says that we are searching nationally for a superintendent and are accessing various databases that are in existence for those people that live nationally outside of Colorado as well. And it doesn't preclude people applying that live in Colorado. It just simply says that focus is a very extensive focus to look from coast to coast people who might be interested. The other pathway is the regional pathway, and it's more focused on in-state or more focused on internal candidates, if you will. Oftentimes, it's facilitated by our own human resources department, just like any other position that is posted. And so our HR department helps facilitate that process, not only with bringing in the applications, helping with the screening, helping us, again, with the process. So it's more of a local process, if you will. Those of you that were on the board remember that CASB also offers a resource for doing a regional type search as well. And again, it doesn't preclude people from out of state to apply for the superintendency, but it just, again, the primary focus are people that are committed to Colorado or committed to wanting to seek Douglas County internally in a regional sense. So that's the regional pathway. Then the third pathway really is the interim pathway, and really looking at moving an interim superintendent into that permanent superintendent position. And again, that's also very much an internal process. Sometimes there can be combinations where you have your interim apply and be part of a regional kind of process, but this pathway pretty much says that we want to groom our interim to really be prepared to take on that permanent position should that be the pathway that we decide to take. So those are generally the three different pathways that are typical for when we're looking for a superintendent. Certainly typical in terms of timelines is that your superintendent search process begins in July. I was going back and looking at our timelines when we did this 3 years ago, and of course we already had put out a request for proposal for a search firm or search firms to present to us proposals. I think Director Lung and I, we interviewed all those search firms, I think in October or November, and then came to the board in December, made a recommendation. That search firm actually did some work with us in December to really get the process going in January. So that's really the reason why I wanted to have this conversation tonight, is that if we're leaning that direction, that we really need to do some work in terms of initiating that process soon in order for us to stay according to the timelines that they tend to require. So I'm going to pause there for a second, because I know, part of this is just to give our two new board members also an overview, and what I also provided is the plus deltas for each of those pathways for you guys to look at. That actually was developed with Randy Black, who from CASB facilitated a conversation with us to look at those different pathways and identify what are the pros and what are the cons. So that's also hopefully helpful to both Director Meek and Director Hansen, just to kind of see some of the pros and cons that were identified at that time. So what I want to do first is just to pause there and just ask, are there any questions regarding the three pathways? And then board directors that already were part of this process, if you want to weigh in too about some of the things that you saw that were pros and cons, or things you wanted to highlight about each of those pathways. So any questions, first of all? I'm going to pick on Director Meek and Director Hansen, because you are at the disadvantage since you haven't done this process before. Are there questions that either of you have regarding the pathways or things that we learned as we worked through the process? So I'll start with Director Meek and then go to Director Hansen.
I'm not sure I have any questions. Maybe if any of the other board members might want to explain why they felt a national search was the right choice previously.
Sure. So I'll open that up. So Director Lung, Director Holtzman, Graziano, Director Chandrashore, any thoughts about when you recall making that decision of a national search? What kind of was the thinking at that time? Can anybody want to chime in and share? Go ahead, Director Graziano.
I think that the thinking at the time was...
Microphone, Director Graziano, if you would.
I think the reason behind the national search at the time was, not a fan of revisiting the history of it all. I think it was just the right time for a change in the district. I think there was... not without reviewing all that went on, all that lead up, I think it just was the right time to look externally. It was for a fresh new start and opportunity, and I think that was the idea behind that. I just think there was so much that had happened in the community that looking outside at the time just seemed like the right thing to do for a fresh start. So that was, I think, my feeling as well, to do what we did. I think it was just a different environment at the time than where we are today.
Kristen and Kevin?
Yeah, I'll take this off. I would agree with what Director Graziano said, and I'm not sure there's a whole lot I can add. I know that, we just wanted to do what was in the best interest of our students, and wanted to make sure we made the right choice. We were really concerned about transparency and making sure that our community, our staff, our students, our families all had a chance to weigh in and be a part of that. And so that's kind of what I would add.
Kevin?
To me, it's always finding the best candidate for the job. And I choose the national search at that time is because that will allow us to capture the widest audience and find the best, or to find the best possible person without limited to particular regions. So that's my underlying reason is find a way. I will choose a way to find the best person no matter where they are.
Yeah, Christina, anything you want to add to that?
I would add only that it's always been my belief and practice that if you are looking to keep things going in the same direction that you're currently going, you look internal and or regional, and you practice with mentorships and supports. If you are looking as a school district for a change, then you look far and wide
Yeah,
for the best candidate.
great. Good summary. Elizabeth, any questions or things you're wondering about in terms of these pathways?
The cost is my biggest concern. What does a national search cost?
Yeah, somewhere in the neighborhood of $30,000 to $40,000.
Okay.
Any other questions, Susan or Elizabeth, about that process or things that you're wondering about? All right. So, having the overview, I would be curious, directors, kind of your thoughts about those different pathways. You know, obviously, you heard directors talk about their reasons for a national search, and I think Christina summed it up well in terms of a national search tends to signal this notion that we're looking for a change in our system, where the interim or the regional really signals that we feel like the direction we're headed is the one we want to maintain, and it's important for us then to have either our talent pool come from within the district or close to our district in order to maintain that. So what are your thoughts in terms of that summary of pathways? What are your thoughts in terms of where you think we need to be at this point as we're looking towards a superintendent search? Krista, go ahead.
Yeah, I think, and I can only speak for myself, but I know that what I have recognized over the past however many years I've been on the board, especially since Dr. Tucker arrived, I think he allowed our leaders to really lead. I think they have probably gained quite a bit of experience in terms of he delegated quite a bit. And I know that I often heard him say that, you know, he wanted to help develop leaders. So, and for me personally, what I have seen in our district from our building leaders to our central administration leaders, our department directors, is that we have really strong staff. And I think we've heard that from our community also. So, and I think that we've worked hard to make some change in the past couple of years, writing our board in statements and our goals and going through the strategic plan. At the same time, and so I guess that would lead me towards, I don't know that we need to do a national search, and I am concerned about financial resources. I also think that we should probably avoid something like an appointment. I think it would not serve our community or even whoever that person would be that looked like an appointment. I don't think it would serve that person well either. So I do think there has to be some sort of a process that it allows our community to be involved, that supports ultimately who that permanent person is. But I think I would take a different position than I took last time and look at a more localized search. Yeah.
Yeah, great thoughts. Other thoughts regarding that? Go ahead, Kevin.
Well, I heard differently. The fact that we don't even have one cabinet member apply for the interim superintendent positions, that really caused a lot of concern about the quality of or the willingness of our people who serve. Because ideally speaking, you want to groom your cabinet member to take over one day, and In fact, the board did not know who is the emergency succession for Dr. Tucker until we forced the issues this year in March. Then that was being named. And I do not know whether the unwillingness to step in from the cabinet level is because maybe there's a lot of people that is really, really talented over there, but deal with several concerns. None of them want to step up. If we limit it only to a much narrower pool of candidates, I worry that the same thing may happen. And again, as a small business owner, and I used to manage a large enterprise when I was working in business, I take a little bit different from what you frame about national search, which is most likely want to change the directions of district, or the regional search, which is keep the directions of the district. I think when Dr. Tucker come in, he did not do a totally changes. In fact, he kept most of the cabinet member or most of the people in here, and he creates stability for a school district. So to me, all going back to what's the best way to find the best candidate for this school district. And I know that national search costs $40,000, but it does not mean that regional search will cost much less, unless we go to option number 3, which is groom an interim, and then it probably won't cost much. But that is not going to be the options that we support.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Other thoughts? Thanks, Kevin. Other thoughts? Go ahead, Christina.
I at this time and so early, I recognize the timing. I recognize the urgency of the conversation. And I don't really have an understanding yet or an opinion of how we're doing. I feel like I really want to be able to have my feet on the ground and see how our district is moving forward at this time for at least several months, to hear how we're moving forward and what direction our leadership is actually taking before I know exactly where I would stand on this particular issue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Christina. Other reactions, other thoughts? Go ahead, Elizabeth.
I think that what our district needs more than anything right now is stability. And I think that when we have had conversations among us about what the priorities were for our district, stability is always something that comes up. And so to phrase that with the way that Director Chancho-Shore presented the options, I think that the internal search is absolutely our best choice. I also agree with what Director Holtzman said, that there needs to be some process in place rather than an appointment. And, I sometimes being the new kid on the block is a really great thing, and sometimes it's a difficult thing. I spent some time today going back through the history of DCSD superintendents and really looking at how the people who have been our leaders landed in DCSD. And it was really interesting to me. We have had 3 different national searches, and each of those individuals have served between 2 and 6 years. We have had one superintendent in this district who started as a teacher. He moved into a principal role, and he led this district for 22 years. And I firmly believe that our next 22 years, our next Rick O'Connell, is somewhere within DCSD, and it may not. We need to give all of those people an opportunity to raise their hand and say that they would like to be considered for this position. So I feel very strongly that a national search is not something that we even need to have on the table. I would be willing to talk about a regional search, but I'm pretty convinced that our internal candidates are exactly what we need right now.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Let's go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, great points, Elizabeth, and I feel very much the same. I think one thing that, as difficult as it was going through the recent interview process we went through, there are a lot of great candidates within our midst. Some that put themselves up forward, others that I spoke to throughout. So, I think we have a foundation in place with our end statements, a strategic plan, and it's at some point like the focus should be on executing those things for the sake of the students. And I think going out and having another a whole very big search, I think where we know we have some really great people in our midst, I think really takes the focus away from where it should be, which is back squarely on our students. So I would strongly support what Elizabeth said and that route.
Go ahead, Susan.
So I agree again with Director.
You can call them by first, we're work session, so you can use first names right now.
I'm tired, Director Hansen. Stability. So I think stability is really important. I actually worked in Douglas County on the cabinet when we did a national search. And it is a lot of work. It's a lot of work whether you do a national search or whether you do an internal search. And, I see this as an opportunity for the board to engage with our community and talk about and share the strategic plan, what's happening, our search, hear from them. But I think we can do this internally or regionally, and absolutely there needs to be a process. We're a really large district that many, many superintendents would want to come to. And we will get applicants from other areas just by the nature of us posting the job and everything. So I think we can do our best to be as open and transparent and encourage candidates. But I think we can also do it internally and move our community along in understanding where we are and what's important and really affirming everything that we're doing right now.
Very good. Other thoughts? So I guess I want to capture something that Kevin mentioned because I think it's a important thing for us to think about, and that's the intentionality between finding the best candidate. I totally agree with the messaging, but I think Kevin also pointed out a weakness in our structure in terms of how we move our leaders or how we groom our leaders or how we help develop our leaders on career ladders as they move through the system and take on bigger roles at the district level. And so I think that's something we have to pay attention to, is the intentionality around how do we build capacity in our leadership in our district. I mean, it's one thing for us to say, let's wait and see what happens. And I do agree with Chancho Shore that we do need to get our feet back on the ground and get our focus, like Anthony said, back to strategic plan and our in statements. But at the same time, I think we also have to ask the question, are we being intentional in terms of how we move our leaders into our system to be able to be ready to take these positions on? And Kevin's point is well taken in terms of we didn't see that this go around. We didn't see that there was a leader ready, at least at our cabinet level, that was ready to move into the interim spot. And I think that's reflective possibly of us not paying attention to how we help our leaders grow and develop. And so I guess what I would want to see us think about too is how do we build capacity now in the next several months and really begin to, like Anthony suggests, identify that talent pool that is internal, and how do we help those people really have those experiences that they may need to either consider a position at the central office level or to consider a position moving into a superintendency of some kind. So I think there's some work to be done there as well. And I think we have to be intentional. Otherwise, we wait a few months and we're back at the same place we are now, wondering, do we have people that are ready to step up or step in? So I think there's intentionality we need to look at with our structure. I agree with Chancellor Shore. I think we need to give time of waiting to kind of see how our current leadership does in terms of navigating through some pretty difficult issues when you look at our pandemic as well as wanting us to get back to focusing on student achievement. So I do think we need to give time, but I'm also hearing with the exception of maybe Kevin, I want to give Kevin a chance to speak, but I'm hearing that there's not necessarily a flavor to go after a national search right now, that seems like that's premature, or that it's a little bit too, we're not ready for that. And that's kind of why I wanted to have this discussion tonight, because if we were to think that, we would need to be doing some things right now to get ready for that. So I'm hearing a little bit of mostly some agreement around regional, internal would be the route, the pathway that we might want to take. Kevin, I'll give it back to you though, because you may feel differently.
Well, I think there's a couple of things we need to look at. The first time we do the search, time is very tight because when we sworn in December 2017, at that time when we start looking at that, they already said that to find the best candidate, we really, really are looking into a very tight time window. So I don't know whether you do a regional search or a national search, we need to stop. So I want to make sure that, because that's my experience from the last time, and you were there, and I mean, at least 5 of us are here, we heard it very loud and clear for a timeline. Okay, wait and see, I do not believe, from my point of view, judging from the last experience, is feasible. Unless we want to just appoint, go with the option number 3, then of course, that's a totally different story. The second is, so we need to look at the cost. I think cost is a concern for national search, but what is the cost, for regional search? Time and energy, we are just probably shifting, the ball to our HR departments. And Dallas County are running a very lean administrative office in here. Central office is very lean, okay? With the pandemic, they have their handful of trying to find substitute teacher and all those wonderful, people to work for us. Do they have capacity to do the job? We are $700 million school district. We are 57th largest school district in the country, 3rd, in Colorado. Finding the best CEO, which is our superintendent, is the most important job of this board because they are our one and only one employee. I think there's an American saying that, pennies wise, a penny foolish, along that line. So $30,000, $40,000 may sound like a lot of money, but I don't know how does it compare with the regional search. Are we going to, could take what, $10,000 off? But instead $10,000 worth the money of not able to go in and find the best candidate for our school district. I just want to lay those out, on the table. Okay.
Very good, thanks, Kevin. Go ahead, Krista.
Yeah. So I agree with Director Lung that we have to be really thoughtful about just using our HR department because we all know, we've recognized how lean our central administration is, and we know they're already doing a lot. So I think, without having talked to any of them, obviously, I guess that's just not really where I would like to go. I would think that we need to devote some resources to this search process. I hope that a regional search would be quite a bit less. And perhaps we could, find someone that isn't even a part of a firm, but is an attorney, someone familiar with employment law. We already have a lot of documents from just a couple of years ago. We have interview questions. We have, I'm trying to look for my list here. We have done a lot of work, and granted, this is a separate new thing, but we have a lot to go from. So, but I think we need to devote some resources to that in whatever way it is, even if it is a person, an additional person in our HR department, or however we go about that. And I also agree, I would love to see us devote some resources to leadership development. I think every time we talk about staff and the needs of staff, whether it be compensation or benefits or PD, quite frankly, we often neglect the leaders in our buildings and in central administration. And I think this is the best time to be doing that. So two places that I would agree with putting resources.
I also want to respond to Kevin's concern about timeline as well. And I will remind us that we remained with an interim superintendent for 2 years. When Dr. Fagan left us, we ended up having an interim for a 2-year period of time. And so I think Kevin's right. If we don't start this process soon, we really are not going to give ourselves the time to be able to do the process in a quality manner, nor feel like that we're giving the time that needs to be invested to find our leaders. So I think that's also an option is, do we look at remaining in an interim situation for more than 1 year? I mean, I hear Director Chancho-Shore saying, we just need to get back and focus on, the implementation of our focus on kids. And perhaps we're trying to push too quickly forward to say that all of a sudden we want a new leader in place by 21-22. Maybe our option is to look at extending that interim superintendent position for more than just this year. So that's another pathway that I think we need to think about as well. And perhaps we're feeling too rushed, and I think that's when we don't make good decisions. So that's another option for us. Other thoughts though about that? Go ahead, Christina.
I agree with parts of everybody's statements. I feel like they're all really valid statements. I also believe that it is a critical time in our school district, and it has been for many years, and it just continues to be more and more critical in education to pay attention to focusing on our students. And thank you for bringing that up, Director Ray. Additionally, I'm wondering about a couple of questions that I think would be important for us to have conversations about before we even do move forward. Of course, I advocate, as it is my current position, so I believe in it, that there are leaders who teach leaders and who help support leaders. But I wonder if that's the job of the board or if that's the job of the superintendent who helps develop the leaders in a current system. And if it is the job of the board, and I'm just putting it out there as a question, then that puts a different lens into our work than we currently have had. I don't know if the answer is it is the job of the board. I would agree with Director Holtzman in the point that we would need to address resources toward helping support our superintendent in developing leaders. So in that piece and in that place, I agree 100% with Director Holtzman. And then my question would be how and what part of helping our leaders and mentoring our leaders and in helping people step into different positions is actually the job of the board. So I guess I'm back to how can we make decisions now about how to develop people without the superintendent and the interim superintendent making recommendations about that or moving forward himself. It just puts me in a different place in my head as to what is the role of the board. And is it the role of the board to help the school district develop leaders? Then what our role would be is developing support in resources is the only way that I can see that happen, unless we are making some other kind of conversation, or we're having a different conversation.
Sure. And I agree with you, Christine. My answer as one board member to your question is it's not the job of the board to do that work. It is the job of the board, though, to indicate what our expectations are, and I think in a system that we want to see well run for the sake of our kids, we don't want to ever be put in a position like Kevin mentioned where we don't know who is succeeding should our CEO not be absent. And certainly that's part of our policy governance, is that we do say that the superintendent shall not, not have a succession plan. So I think I think you're right. I think there's a commitment of resources, but there's also some messaging that we say that our expectation in this organization is that that the organization has ways to develop their leaders. I don't think that's out of line for a board for us to say that. We certainly say that in our end statement when we talk about recruitment and development of staff. In that end statement certainly indicates that we want our staff to be professionally developed. So I think that's where we stay, but I think it's also, like you said, Christine, it's important that if we want that to happen, that we convey that to the superintendent or interim to say, we want to see our leaders have an investment in their development just as much as any other employee in our district. But no, it's not our work to actually define what that looks like. So that would be my initial response to your wonderings. Anything else, directors, about this, about that particular? And I just want to make sure, again, because part of this conversation tonight is to make sure we're staying on a timeline. So I also want to just continue to kind of push us a little bit to say, are we comfortable with slowing the process down, with knowing that we may be in a position where we're not hiring a new superintendent or a permanent superintendent for 21-22 if we do slow the process down? And are we comfortable with saying, you know what, national search just doesn't seem like it meets the needs of our organization right now, or what we need as a board, because that's our employee that we hire. So that's my two questions. Are we comfortable slowing down, understanding the consequences? And two, are we comfortable with foregoing a national search at this point, because that's not what we're looking for in terms of filling that employee position that we monitor? Krista?
Yeah, so in terms of the question of slowing things down, what Director Lung said about choosing our one employee is the most important job of the board. I completely agree with that. And I have thought about this when I came into the board and we had an interim, and she had been an interim for quite some time. And, I think it's better for the district to have that stability of knowing, which Director Hansen referred to stability. So I guess for me, the decision to define a process, to do the process on a timeline, it's not that we're making any decisions. We still have, that decision is down the road. But I would prefer, just myself, to not wait and to go ahead and do our job. We do have time to do it. We have time. In fact, we have more time than we had the last time we did it. So that would just be my preference.
Other thoughts? So kind of, Director Holtzman, I think what you're suggesting is that you would want us to have a superintendent identified for the 21-22 school year, and then we would work backwards from that goal. Okay, other thoughts about that? I'm going to need to hear from all of you. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
I agree entirely. This is our sole responsibility, and there is absolutely no reason to put it off. And we owe our employees, our families, our students the stability of knowing. And I think with an interim, you're kind of just stuck. It's really hard for an interim to make changes. It's really hard for an interim to it's just a really tough place for anyone to be. And I think it just creates uncertainty for our district. And we just have to push forward and we have to make this a priority and know that we can do it well and we can do it in the time that we have to have a superintendent in place by our next school year.
Other thoughts? Go ahead, Susan.
So I think our challenge is we have limited time and resources, and where do we as a board want to dedicate those resources and time? And, for me, we have a strategic plan. When I ran a year ago to get on the board, I kept talking about the implementation of the plan. And I feel like that's where our time and attention should be right now, because we have qualified staff, we have individuals who can implement that plan. I think we do need to put someone in place permanently. I think we can do that through an internal or regional search while also publicizing, so anyone across the nation who's interested can apply. But I'm really anxious to start dedicating our time and resources towards implementing the strategic plan that we need to be pushing forward.
So Susan, are you advocating for a 21-22 permanent superintendent, or are you questioning whether or not we have the resources and the time to do that because it will distract from our implementation of the strategic plan?
So I kind of go back to what Christina said earlier, needing a little bit of time to kind of know exactly where we are with that. But I do think we have to pull the trigger right now if we want to do a national search. Our neighboring district is going to be looking for a CEO. We'd be competing with that district as well. So I think the decision that needs to be made immediately is national versus more regional. And I feel pretty confident sticking with a more regional search. I'm just not quite sure about the 21-year start.
Go ahead, Anthony. What do you think? 21-22 for a permanent superintendent should be our goal or not?
Well, I definitely don't support a national search. I don't think we need to go that route. So I kind of fall between something Chris said about we've been at this a week and putting a search in place. So I'm kind of torn. Like sometimes to go out and I know I could support a regional or again even just our own saying we have an opportunity available kind of announcement, but I also I think we have an opportunity here to just run this out. I guess I'm not as opposed just to letting it carry over another year if we had to do that. We've done a lot of decisions quickly, and I think sometimes when rushing into things, and I feel like again this could be a situation where that happens. So I guess my proclivity is just to not do that this time and focus on the things like Susan mentioned, the strategic plan, and our students versus creating a whole new tornado of activity around this. So that's where I sit.
Good, thanks. Kevin, do you want to jump in?
Well, the job of the board is policy. We have one employee, superintendent, that's implementing the policy. So anything that we implementing, let alone the strategic plan, future funding and things like that, that is our superintendent's job, not our job. I agree, stability is very important. By definition, interim is temporary. Are we creating more instability by just carry over, the interim superintendents for another year? How would that endear confidence in the cabinet member and the central office staff and our principle, not knowing that who is going to be the top person for the long run. How could that affecting our strategic plan, not knowing that who is our top person in the long run? How it's going to affect the morale of the school district staff if we don't know who is our top person in the long run? We already lost our CTO. The CAO is going to be gone at the end of this month. I just worry that if I agree with Dr. Holzman that at least we have a plan. We have a plan of action, so when we're ready to go, we can go. That is what the boss should do, the founding process. And I'm in favor of shooting for having a permanent person for next school year, but if the circumstances changes, we can put it off. But even without a plan, that means that it only limits to us to one option, which is putting it off. So I would love to develop a plan and shooting for having a permanent superintendent by next school years, knowing that we may not implement the plan if the situation change.
Great, thanks. Christina, do you want to jump in?
Yes, thank you. I want to respond to yes, it is the responsibility. It's the only employee, it's the sole employee of the board, but it's definitely not the only responsibility of the board. And I don't know if I'm necessarily using the language put it off. I'm using the language, and I would like to reiterate that we have many things to move forward with, and we need to focus our attention on what those things must and might be as a school board. It's really impossible to predict the long run. I would love to predict the next 20, think this through. Now, that being said, can a search take a long time, and am I opposed to having someone start the year 21-22 as the permanent superintendent? Permanent meaning as long as it works out and as long as they stay, because that's unpredictable. I'm not opposed to that. I would love to represent that our interim superintendent has actually been in position for a number of days, not even weeks. We do not have a feel for what our leadership in our cabinet and our superintendent are wanting and willing to do. And I just think it's premature. So that's where I have to stand.
Krista, go ahead.
I wasn't actually raised my hand,
Oh, sorry.
but that's okay.
You flinched.
Yeah, so I have to be more careful about that. So I was just thinking, I mean, for me, it is a very important role of the board. And I feel like by defining a process, by identifying, say, an individual that can help out in HR or some other way that we can get this started, that's not making a decision. That's just doing our job. And it's just putting out, this is what will happen when. And I've thought about it a lot, and I won't, as just one board member, I will feel like I'm neglecting that role if we don't address it. And I totally agree. I support our interim 110%. As I've said, I want to devote resources to supporting him. If he chooses to ask us for a consultant or something that would help him, I want to do that. And but this isn't the time to make a decision about the permanent. It's just the time to define the process, how it will happen, who will implement that for us. And I understand. I mean, we are dealing with a pandemic, and as a board, we're responsible for monitoring what's happening and holding people accountable. And I wish that it wasn't a complicated time, but quite honestly, the entire time I've been on this board, there's been something complicated going on. So if I thought that, there would be a better time for our district to gain that stability, then I would say, let's just not do it now. But I just think that we have to at least develop a process.
Very good. All right. Well, I want to wrap us up, and so I think one thing that we are in agreement is that we're not moving forward with a national search, because if we were to do that, we would need to start that process now. I'm hearing that a regional interim or regional or internal, I'm sorry, kind of focus sounds like it's more desirable. Sounds like we would like to certainly move forward with looking at what a process would look like if we were to have the goal of a 21, 22 person in place. And so that would be our next step, is just to at least look at what would a timeline look like. And interim superintendent Wise, I don't know if you would be okay with us accessing Mrs. Thompson to maybe just to help us with maybe a proposed timeline of process, or and if you are okay with that, then Ms. Thompson, we certainly would want you to say, we would need an additional person to facilitate this process, or or whatnot. But I'd like to tap the expertise that we already have in terms of what that might look like. So it might be our next step there, is just to use our internal expertise to say, what would a process timeline look like? And then the board can react to that as far as moving forward. I'm sorry, Kevin?
I thought we mentioned about Cosby before. Is this a resources that we could tap into to help us this time, to ease the burden of our HR departments, because they truly swarm of getting substitute, and all these people right now, so that we can open our school.
Yeah.
I just feel bad. But if since you mentioned about Cosby before, I'm just looking at, could they be helping us to lower our burdens?
I would say it might be. I think that's where we want Amanda or Mrs. Thompson to kind of get us started, for her to analyze what would it take. What would it take for us to do this internally? Would it mean tapping into a resource like HASB, or like Director Holtzman suggested, maybe there's an independent person that is knowledgeable about employment laws and this kind of process. So I think the beginning step is just to get an overview and an idea of what resources are necessary to do what we are suggesting we need to do. But it certainly could be an option. I don't think any of us have ruled that out at this point, but I think what we want to do is work backwards. If we put a superintendent in place, 21, 22, what would be the proposed timeline? What would be the needed resources for that to happen? Krista?
Yeah, I think maybe it's enough to just say what you did, that we would investigate everything. I think it's unlikely that CASB may be providing that service at this time. And there might even be conflict of interest issues that we would need to evaluate. So
Sure.
just put that out there.
So all those need to be considered. So thanks, board, for a good conversation. I think it helped us kind of establish a foundation of where we're headed. And let's take about a 5-minute break, and we'll resume at 6:02 for our regular board meeting.
such wonderful families and such wonderful kids, you know, and really make a difference in people's lives. And it's just so much fun. So, I mean, I kind of feel like it's almost like I cheated a little bit because it's so fun every day. It's a lot of work too, don't get me wrong. But I do love my job very much, and I'm very fortunate to have such supportive admin, John Veit and the other admin team at Castle Rock Middle School, and Remy Rummel, have been extremely supportive in helping me find solutions on a daily basis for these kids, because every kid is a different and unique case, right? And we just have to work with that, and that's just part of the job. And I'm just so appreciative to again receive this honor and this recognition here at the board meeting. And that's about all I have to say. But again, I'm deeply honored and humbled to receive this award and this recognition. Thank you.
Yeah, a round of applause for Sam. Want to take a second, and John, Remy, let's start with you, John. Anything that you'd like to say about Sam and the impact that he has, and then Remy, we'll move next to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Wise. I appreciate that. You know, I'm fortunate enough to be able to get to work with Sam on a daily basis and see the work that he does with our students, with our families. He's a huge advocate for the students and families and making sure that they have what they need on a daily basis and getting the education that they deserve, that they need access to. And he really pours himself into that on a daily basis. So I get to see that. It's great to see his colleagues recognize him in this way and have that recognition as well. So really happy to be able to do that. And I'm just fortunate to be able to work with Sam on a daily basis too. He absolutely challenges my thinking, comes to me on a regular basis saying, you know, we've got this situation, we need this, I need support here. And so having all of those pieces and really challenging me and getting our school to think in a little bit different way, his impact really goes beyond just the kids that he's working with, but really hits our school as a whole and our community as a whole. And so we're fortunate to have him as part of our school, and happy to be here and support Sam through this process. So we're thankful for that.
And thank you, John. And Mr. Wise, thank you very much. Sam is not only an excellent teacher, he is such a masterful educator. He is also logged over 400 hours supporting our teachers in our department, our ELD teachers and other staff members. And so, and it's not about the hours, but that shows his commitment to ensuring that we have such incredible programming in place for our emerging bilingual students. And Sam, I cannot thank you enough for all you do. You, along with all of our other ELD leads, are truly our lifeline in our ELD program, and the support that Sam gives to our teachers daily. I think they might email him more than they email me sometimes. So I just appreciate the support, and this award is well deserved. You've created some very innovative ways to support regionally secondary ELD teachers, and I can't say enough about how your thinking really is an attribute and an asset to our district. So congratulations.
Yes, Sam, I know you were formally recognized October 9th, I believe, on behalf of the Douglas County School District, the Board of Education, and all of us. Thank you. Congratulations for representing Castle Rock Middle School and Douglas County School District. Thank you for everything you're doing. Round of applause. All right, next we're going to honor some Douglas County schools that were named the 2020 iReady Distinguished Schools for the remote learning. And a lot of this was about the work that we did in this last spring and going above and beyond and working with all of our students, working on growth, measuring progress, and working with our teachers to help them in a unique year that we continue on. I want to give each school a chance to say a few words, talk a little bit about what this means to you, but also the work that you and your teachers did. We're going to start with the Castle Rock region, and we're going to start with principals representing the following schools. Castle Rock Elementary, we have Principal Dr. Deb War. Rock Ridge Elementary, we have Principal Peter Mosby. South Ridge Elementary, Principal Aaron Carlson. And also representing the Castle Rock region, Executive Director of Schools, Danelle Hyatt. We're going to work around a little bit by alphabetical. So we're going to start with Castle Rock Elementary, and then to Rock Ridge, and then to South. And I'll turn it over to each of you as we get going, just to talk a little bit about the work, your pride with your teachers and everyone that allowed you to get to this place. So we'll start with Principal Dr. Deb War.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak, and such a great opportunity to celebrate some good things that happened in the spring. I'm actually going to turn this over to Katie Lawson. Katie Lawson has been an AP for us at Castle Rock for the last 2 years, and she has some quick comments. Katie?
Good evening. We are grateful to iReady for providing the opportunity for our students to continue to learn during the lockdown. We are very honored and excited for this opportunity to be recognized, but this honor truly goes to our outstanding staff, students, and parents. Our teachers were diligent in assigning lessons, our students put in the hard work, and our parents ensured their students got the work done. Thank you again for this recognition, and thank you to our amazing Castle Rock Elementary community.
Thank you so much. We're going to move on to Rock Ridge. Peter?
Well, again, I want to echo thank you for giving us an opportunity to celebrate this achievement. I just have to say that this is definitely a celebration in regards to something that happened in the spring. Could not have happened, of course, without the support from our parents, specifically also from staff members like Pan Gutierrez, Julie Roach, and just my entire Rockridge staff. We work collaboratively together, and I also we also have to recognize the board and the district also gave us the opportunity to use this resource by giving some funding so we could afford the iReady program too. So thank you for that. I believe it was a huge success, and we are seeing some strong feedback from parents and kids that that it was beneficial, and they've enjoyed it as well. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Peter. And Aaron, how about representing Southridge Elementary School?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Our community has been so supportive throughout this whole remote learning journey. And so huge shout out to our teachers who were diligent in, not just ensuring the kids' social emotional, well-being was handled, but absolutely the academic piece. And iReady was a great support with that. And so having about 95% participation rate was awesome for our kids. And so just big shout out with our community, our parent support, our students. They did all this work, and it was definitely a team effort. And we are just so proud of the growth that our students continue to make through this journey. So great job, Southridge community.
Thanks, Aaron. Danelle, I'm going to let you, as a support to this region and these fabulous schools and teachers and principals, speak a little bit. Thank you.
Sure, Corey. Thank you very much. I am just so incredibly proud of all of not only the Castle Rock leaders that are represented this evening, but all of our principal leaders who are represented in the other regions as well. This is a true celebration, I believe, of our students. I wish we could see hundreds of little faces on the screen right now, because they definitely were the ones that got into the routine of completing their assignments, which their teachers and educators encouraged and motivated them to do. And it's a true testament to not only our kids' efforts, but as was already spoken, our staff, our educators, and our parents. So last spring was really difficult for a variety of different reasons. So to get some recognition and see the success for some of that work is definitely very heartwarming. So very proud of all of you. Congrats.
Well said, well said. How about a round of applause for the Castle Rock region? We're going to move on to the Parker region, and as we think about the 200 schools that were represented nationwide, 11 of them are here in Douglas County. So as we went from Castle Rock, we're moving to Parker. With us tonight, representing the schools that earn this honor are Cherokee Trail Elementary and Principal Josh Miller, Legacy Point Elementary and Principal Christian Drury, Prairie Crossing Elementary, Principal Carrie Rotherham, and Executive Director of Schools, Mr. Danny Windsor. So again, we're going to start as a group and go alphabetically. So we're going to start with Cherokee Trail. And Josh, if you'd like to share a little bit, please.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. I just want to say that Parker region is definitely the most attractive region out there, so I appreciate you recognizing that as well. We always appreciate that. Kind of reiterate what all the other great principals are saying. It's pretty nice to be included with some pretty great schools in here. As I look around these board, these are some fantastic leaders, and I'm just proud to be a part of them. This award had absolutely nothing to do with me at all. It's really all about our students and our teachers and our community. Our teachers work super hard to make sure that our students were set up for success, and our families really supported our students in getting all their online learning minutes done. And so we're just a bunch of hardworking people that got the job done. So I really I appreciate the time, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. But really, it's a celebration of our students, our teachers, and our community. Absolutely. So thanks, Corey.
Thank you, Josh. We're going to move on to Legacy Point and Christian Drury.
Thank you so much. I echo a lot of what my colleagues have said. I'm just really happy to be able to share some of the wonderful things the Legacy Point community does. And as a result of the incredible work of our staff and students and families to do this, we do have some encouraging data as a result of this implementation. Beth Waffle, who oversees our MTSS processes and our data analysis, will share.
Thank you, Kristen. When we look at data from the beginning of the 1920 school year and compare it to our data at the beginning of this school year, we have seen a 4% decline in students who are significantly below grade level using the iReady diagnostic. This is a huge celebration, as not only did we not see a decline in academic success, we actually saw a slight increase. Thank you.
That's great, Beth. Thank you, Beth and Kristen, for representing and sharing that. And we're going to finish up with Carrie Rotherham. And if you would jump on and share a little bit from Prairie Crossing, please.
Sure. Thanks, Corey. Thank you for the recognition, as everyone has mentioned. And I echo a lot of what especially Josh has said about this is such a recognition of what our students and staff have done. And even though I'm accepting the honor and the award for our staff, it's really all about our staff and students and parents that pulled together in a difficult time and made sure that academics were priority during a very unusual time. And I'm really proud of our students. They have always put 100% effort into everything, and it shows in all of their work. And our teachers are proud of them and stand behind them and support them. The iReady just helps and makes that easier for them to process with students and meet them and show their growth throughout any time, but especially during this time. So I really am proud of them for all their work.
Thank you, Carrie. Danny, any words that you'd like to share?
Well, first and foremost, I think one is you've heard from a bunch of humble leaders, and I think it's something I really appreciate in the humility that they have. That's what makes them fantastic leaders. I think secondly, too, is Corey and the board. Just want to say thank you so much for getting back to the basics of just celebrating teachers, celebrating kids, and celebrating our community. That is something I think we've all been yearning for, and it's great to get back to these foundational things that are so important about investing in people. And just I'm really proud of how our people have handled the adversity they had. Obviously, I think these awards are fantastic and recognitions for the amazing work that our students are doing. I think what really needs to be celebrated more than anything are our teachers and our families about how they have made an undying commitment to supporting their students through something that nobody had an understanding of the degree that was there. So just one, thank you to our teachers, thank you to our principals, thank you to our students, thank you to our families, and thank you to the board and our cabinet for taking the time to honor and celebrate the amazing people we have in Douglas County.
Appreciate it, Danny. And how about a round of applause for the Parker group? Last but definitely not least, we have the Highlands Ranch region. We're going to have the following principals who are representing us tonight and others to share. Arrowwood Elementary, Principal Linda Chadrick. Bear Canyon Elementary, Principal Kelly Ursetta. Cougar Run Elementary, Principal John Gutierrez. Coyote Creek Elementary, Principal Amy Ronnie. And Lone Tree Elementary, Principal Mindy Persikina. Again, we're going to go around about. We have Executive Director of Schools, Mr. Ian Wells. And we're going to start off with Arrowwood Elementary, and Linda Chadwick, please.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. I don't know what else we can say that hasn't already been said, but one of the things that we set up at our school was just a relentless support system for all of our kids where they could sign up with any staff member inside and outside of school hours. And so we believe that that was a little bit of help with our success. But it's true, unless you've got parents or grandparents or cousins or even sometimes siblings working with those students, these kinds of things would never happen. And so I'm just so grateful for our Arrowwood community who really pitch in and have walked beside us. But again, like we've all said, it's our staff, it's our teachers and our support staff that really walk the walk and have supported this effort. And also you have to have a coordinator. You have to have someone who's consistently looking at that data. And so Crystal Wood, my assistant principal, or our assistant principal at Arrowwood, is here tonight too. And so I just have to give a shout out to her and everything that was done. But I have to also give credit to our feeder group, our feeder principals. I know John is here and Mindy's here tonight, and we were relentless at doing an awful lot of Zoom meetings and just encouraging each other. And so I also want to thank them. And, at the time, Corey, you were our director, so I want to thank you too. But I just appreciate being able to come tonight and stand before, like Josh said, all of these remarkable leaders, just to be a part. And Arrowwood thanks you from the bottom of our heart. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Linda. Bear Canyon, Kelly, are you ready?
Yeah, thank you, Corey. Thank you to the board as well. And like my colleagues, all my amazing colleagues have said, it's so important to recognize and celebrate all the amazing things that our teachers are doing, not just always, but during this really difficult time. So thank you for this opportunity. And like all my colleagues have said, I'm just really blessed to have a staff that is so talented and dedicated to their students. They always have such high expectations. So along with that comes a great system of accountability. Super proud of my kids, of course. They worked really, really hard during the remote learning time, and we really couldn't have done it without such a strong and positive parent community. We have such great parents at Bear Canyon. So really it was a group effort. Same as all the other leaders have said, I can't take credit for it at all, but I say it all the time. I'm just so proud and honored to be the leader of Bear Canyon and be a part of such a great district and all of these other amazing leaders. So just thank you so much. I'm super proud of everybody.
Thank you, Kelly. John Gutierrez at Cougar Run.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Thanks, Corey. Thanks for the invitation tonight. Definitely a celebration. I want to say thank you to the entire Cougar Run learning community. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to our teachers. Your relationships with families and students made this work. You know this tool inside and out. You did a fantastic job, so thank you. To our boys and girls, to our students, thank you so much for working so hard through that remote learning process. You guys did a great job. And then a shout out to our parents. Thank you for being partners in this educational process. It works so very well with that collective efficacy towards our students. Special shout out to our assistant principal, our wonderful assistant principal, Ms. Shannon McPherson, who's helped our school through iReady and learning all the great features of that tool, and also to Ms. Sue Shepler, who is our tech teacher, to make that work as well. So thanks to the entire Cougar Run learning community for making this work.
Well said, John. Well said. Amy Ronnie at Coyote Creek Elementary.
Good evening. Thank you to the board for recognizing all the hard work that went into these students this spring. It was unprecedented times, and teachers did the absolute best they could to figure out ways to engage students in new and creative ways. And so thank you to the Coyote Creek staff for all that you did to find ways to help students learn and continue to grow in this very unusual time. And the students worked so hard. So good job to the students and to the parents who supported them. We all appreciate them and all that they did. And a big shout out to Kirsten Sola, our AP, who supported and helped the staff continue to grow, and Gigi Whalen, who was the principal at the time. So thank you all for all you did to make this work. And thank you for inviting us today to be recognized in a cool way.
Thank you, Amy. And Mindy Persicina at Lone Tree Elementary.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you again to the board for taking time to recognize the accomplishments of all of these great schools. I would echo all the sentiments of my colleagues. They are all well said. I would just say anytime we can take a moment to recognize the hard work and accomplishments of students and teachers and support staff, it's important to do so. And none of that would have been accomplished without the ongoing support of our parents who truly trusted in the process. And for that, we're eternally grateful. So I humbly accept the recognition, and I will spread the positive word to all of our community. So way to go, Lone Tree, once again.
Thank you, Mindy. Ian Wells, Executive Director of Schools. Anything you'd like to say?
Well, first of all, thank you, Interim Superintendent Wise, and a big thank you to the Board of Education. I'm going to echo, I don't know which one of our many leaders said it, but they mentioned it earlier. Thank you for recognizing kids and the success of children being diligent in a very stressful time, correct? I mean, it is unlike anything we've all ever experienced before. And it's wonderful to be on a meeting of this nature to celebrate the work done by our students and our staff. I'm so appreciative that I have the opportunity to work with so many humble leaders and see so many wonderful children attack learning and education the way we all hope. So I appreciate the time. Thank you to all of you on the screen. I think I might be the last one to go here. We do appreciate all the work that you are doing in your buildings. And even though you don't think you maybe had something to do with the successes at your school, I highly doubt that. So I just want to say thank you to all of you, and thank you for celebrating our community in this manner.
Thank you, Ian. And as we close this piece, the 11 schools that are represented, you all said fantastic things. Your leadership, the work of your teachers, your staff, your students, your families. Too often we forget about everything that's happening and the great things that are happening in our schools. So take a little bit of time to pat yourselves on the back. And Mindy, I loved what you said. Please take it back to everyone. Our appreciation, our gratitude of the work of the students and that progress. And no matter the challenge, you always show you're up to it. And on behalf of all of Douglas County, the school board, all the other schools that are working hard, thank you for everything you do. And how about one last big round of applause for all of these schools. Directors, this concludes our recognitions for the night. And anything that you'd like to add to it and say, we'd greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. And again, thank you to all of you that spoke tonight. I see that you're leaving the screen. It's nice to have an audience like you guys, but couldn't echo the statements any more than what a celebration of our community, our students and staff, so thank you. I think next time what we want to do is have each of you bring a kid into your monitor like Mrs. Wood had. Mrs. Wood had her son or someone was peeking in ever so often, so that was a lovely thing. I think we might try to figure out how to do this, Mr. Wise, on a regular basis, because it's great to see all our hardworking educators. But again, congratulations, and thanks for sharing the great news tonight. Board, next on our agenda is to accept the agenda. Is there a motion to accept?
Move to accept the agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Meek, seconded by Holtzman. Let's vote. Chanchashore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. That passes unanimously. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda, which has 3 items: course proposals that include some concurrent enrollment proposals, as well as some other courses being offered, curriculum adoption for No Place for Hate, and also the calendar approval for the 21-22 school year and 22 and 23 school year. And I do just want to take an editorial moment just to thank our calendar committee that provided a presentation, Mr. Reynolds, Mr. Ranford, Eileen, his assistant. What a great job. Very clear. I think, again, the number of survey respondents I saw in the presentation was something like 10,571, which actually beat the record of 2 years before, hats off to all of you for taking in so much information and listening to so many voices to come up with these proposed calendars. So I just wanted to express on behalf of the board our appreciation for all the work that calendar committee does in bringing these calendars for approval. So with that, that's our consent agenda. Board, is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Holtzman, seconded by Graziano. Let's go ahead and vote. Chancho Shore,
Aye.
Graziano,
Aye.
Heinzen,
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. The consent agenda passes unanimously. Next on the agenda is our unofficial minutes. A motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second, and Director Ray, I just want to make sure there's no public comment.
There is no public
Okay,
comment.
I just wanted to double check.
I appreciate you, but I do want to flip back there for a second after we do this, but thank you for that. So there has been a motion made and seconded to adopt the unofficial minutes. Let's go ahead and vote. Chancho Shore. Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. The unofficial minutes pass unanimously. So yes, there is no public comment. No one signed up for public comment, but just for our public, just a reminder that by 3 o'clock, prior to our meeting, we ask for people that want to provide public comment to sign up at that time. And Sandy Marsh, our wonderful assistant secretary, will confirm and send you links of how you provide public comment in this format. So, but no, at this time, we have no public comments, so we're just moving right along. We're back to Interim Superintendent Weiss to do superintendent reports. This really is a follow-up from our last board meeting to talk about some things that we were wondering about from last time, and for Mr. Weiss to give us any updates since then. So, Mr. Weiss, you're back on again.
Absolutely. Thank you. We have 3 real separate pieces we'd like to just share with you. I'm going to start with the DASC update, and it's been a pleasure to be a part of the district area superintendent's council to look at what's going on in the neighboring districts, all the way up from Greeley down through the metro area to include us. And the process has been a lot of fun. Listening a lot, asking questions. You see a lot of the similar pieces which every district is working through. How we're working through COVID and providing a quality education to all kids. How we're working through hybrid models, in-person models, different ages. The partnership with our health agencies. And also the struggles. Struggles of quarantining. Struggles of safety and health. Struggles of how in each of our decisions we know there's a lot of emotion and a lot of opinions and how we work through that. So it's been enlightening to listen to the number of practices, and it kind of ties into the second one of our teacher survey from our elementary teachers coming back in person. Those teachers that asked for more time and really working to give the 8th and the 9th, where students worked asynchronously, but it gave teachers that time to be ready to come back in person. And the amount of feedback and positive feedback in which we've all received has been great. And I think tending to that and then looking at these past 2 days, I was at Flagstone Elementary this morning and walking the building, listening to the teachers, watching the kids excited to come back in, hearing the gratitude from parents. Had a young man who told me how happy he was to be back in person 5 days and to see his friends. And then also to listen to the teachers and the need and want to really be there with them and for them. So I think on those ends, we have worked hard to not only continue to ask, but try to provide the resources and the supplies needed. And I think it's been a really positive start within that piece. So that's kind of a combination as we start to look at that DASC update. We're continuing to look at how we can pull joint data from all of our districts of what's going on with quarantine, what's going on with the number of COVID positive tests, and what's that look like as an impact on learning in schools. We are also working on a group letter with some of our READACT teachers and the number of hours they have to receive and that impact in this school year and understanding time, overwhelmness of the current year, and additional requirements that we're looking at all of our districts working together to work with CDE to take a look at that. So I think that's some of my updates regarding that. And before I turn it over to Rich Cosgrove, any questions for me?
Directors, any questions from Interim Superintendent Wise regarding some of the updates? So Mr. Wise, you mentioned the DASC or the the Superintendent's Council. Any insights there in terms of how we compare in terms of, especially I know there's a lot of questions around our secondary returning 100% in person. Any thoughts about that?
You know, that's a question which we pose and we're continuing to look at. Around our metro area neighboring districts, not many are back besides in hybrid, and some have even had to push back, coming back in person as a hybrid or cohort model. We're continuing to evaluate with our health agencies to look at that data, not only the health data, but then also the requirements put on us to have those students back. And it's a continued conversation. I would say a lot of similarities. The struggle of what's right, is there a right timing to do it, and can we do it are the questions we have. We have some neighboring districts that are smaller. Elizabeth is one that's offering and sharing a lot of the input that they have. We have some up north a little bit from us that also have shared the work they're doing. So I'd say the similarities and the sharing of those types of things, it's validating. We've been sharing what we're doing and how we're going about getting more information back. And then most importantly, I think it's setting the stage of our next steps, creating dialogue, working with Tri-County, really trying to look at a plan in which we make decisions to look at those topics. So I think that's probably the most validating piece is the same struggles, especially when you start to get to those older grade levels.
Very good. Director Lung, go ahead.
Thank you for the update. And there's a couple of questions that I think in the past board meetings I have been consistently asking for. One is, how would that affect the mental health of our students? We have heard a lot of parents, say that could be an issue if we don't go back to 5 days. I've been asking, do we have any concrete data to support or what they said, or maybe, I just want to have some data to tell us what's the truth about our mental health effect of our student. That's my question number one. My second question is, in the couple board meetings ago, when we passed the resolutions to open the school 5 days a week for elementary students, in there I have an amendment to ask to follow up on keeping track of student that's not enrolling back to DCSD, and see how can we follow up with them and make sure that we contact them and try to figure out where do they go and how we can get them back. So those are my two questions. Thank you.
So great question. Ironically, today I was also at Mason Middle School this morning and talking with their counselors a little bit, asking them about the mental health. One school and one perspective as they're working through. I think one thing that I heard and trying to ask more, I think a lot of times it's individual basis. Where is each family? Where is each student? I heard one example of an elementary student saying, I haven't seen some of my best friends in quite some time, so it's awesome to be back together. So I think that emotional toll we're all finding and working through, it is evident. We are working on getting more data for you. We'll continue to work on that data. I think anytime you get to the mental health side and how you work through each of those and at a school level is something that we're continuing to work on, and we'll follow up with you. The other side, as far as, will you repeat the second one, Kevin? Dr. Lung?
The second one is 2 meetings ago when we voted for reopening elementary school. I had an amendment to ask to follow up to keep track of our students that did not go back to enroll and see is any way we could talk to them, outreach to them, and make sure that we do not have any DCSD student fall through the crack. So just want to see what's the progress on that.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Each of our schools have done a great job calling, emailing, and reaching out to families. I think in our presentation in just a little bit, Ms. Kataska is going to also talk about our changes in enrollment and where we were and where we are now. I think that might help a little bit on the data. But we also have been not only working with finding each of those families, but also making sure that as they're working and as they've transferred different schools, possibly moved. And where they're at now, we had schools or students who were homeschooled and now have chosen to come back into our schools. So I think that difference of where we were in enrollment and it going up to come back in full in person, we do have some of that data for you. And then I also say that we have been working to make contact with every single one of our families, including those families that we talk about engagement levels, those who are in e-learning and trying to help engage better and doing some of those. So we're working with each one of our families, and our school has done a fantastic job with that. Yep. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Wise. Directors, any other questions regarding some of the initial things that Mr. Wise just shared with us? Mrs. Director Meek?
Mr. Wise, you mentioned the staff survey regarding the return to in-person learning. Can you just elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah. Part of the survey is just a check-in process of all the work that we're asking our principals and teachers to work together on. As an extension, you try to ask, what do you need? As we come back, what's your readiness level? What can we do to help you feel more prepared? I think that's a piece that, again, going back to each school and working through a process, a dialogue, asking and responding. HR, examples of HR, Rich Cosgrove with operations trying to provide supplies, PPE, shields, different things we might have within schools. And that response piece was very good. I think we continue to follow up. So as Director Lung talked about how we continue to ask those questions and see what's needed next, it's going to be an ongoing process. So while that was a one-time check-in, I think our process, we continue to work forward and work with our principals and our teachers to continue to have that continuum of dialogue and sharing with us is going to be modeled and patterned as you'll see coming up with what's it look like for e-learning second semester and also what does it look like for middle school and high school as we start those dialogues and process.
Director Meek?
And so that was all staff or educators, K-12, and did you see a difference between elementary and secondary?
The question was back to what do you need to return full in person? It was towards elementary, so it was only elementary survey. We'll be outlining our steps of what conversations and process we'll have, and we'll model and replicate other conversations. For the secondary level, we worked already with the elementary level and returning in person. For the secondary level at Tri-County, we're going to have to continue to partner more and define that. The social distancing factors, as kids get older in that age group, we're going to work with them and put together a proposal to start getting better input, and then also working with the staff, all staff and teachers in our schools, along with departments, which to make that happen and see what the readiness levels and what the needs are. Yep.
Very good. Directors, any other questions for Mr. Wise before we have Mr. Cosgrove come forward? All right, seeing none.
Okay.
Mr. Cosgrove, our
Thank you.
Chief Operating Officer.
Good evening, directors. Thank you very much for the opportunity to give you a quick update on some of the initiatives we are undertaking to address some of the most urgent transportation needs. Before I get started, I just want to recall that with the 15% budget cuts and then overlaid with the COVID restrictions of 1 student per seat, we are in general transporting students outside certain radiuses, 2.5 miles for elementary and 5 miles for secondary schools. And while we realize that is less than ideal, we're trying everything possible to equalize the playing field and transport the most distant students. Now, in light of Superintendent and Board Policy EEAA transportation eligible students, we know that there's a provision to make certain exceptions as approved by the superintendent or designee for extreme hardship. And that is the process we are trying to be creative as possible to address. So the 5 initiatives are basically, first, we have an appeals process submission form. That submission form has been finalized and drafted, and it's been sent to parents that are requesting transportation. Typically, that's email, phone call, or let's talk, and then we respond with the link for the form. We also provide that form to principals to pass on to their constituents with certain needs. The form is multi-phased. It includes certain contact information, but includes, for example, is the student open enrolled? Because that's a key factor, because our focus is for students attending their neighborhood schools. Is the student in English language development program, free and reduced lunch program? Does the student need to cross a major thoroughfare? And if so, what are the access points and intersections, and how many are there? There could be multiple intersections that that student has to cross. Is wildlife in the area? Are there no lights? Are there no sidewalks? Is there a registered sex offender on the route that student has to walk by? Without transportation, would that student have a truancy issue, for example? And what's the overall distance, and is that too far according to the parent and/or student? All of these are requested. They're ranked and weighted, and there's a score assigned to those, so we have a way to prioritize all of these needs. To date, there are 41 requests that have been submitted. We acknowledge that we have received those. In most part, we have to follow on with additional questions because there's more data that we have asked for that's not provided. The second item, working with the Educational Foundation, we worked with them several iterations to see what is potentially feasible with their board. And where it landed is that we submitted the cost for 5 drivers at the minimum salary range of $18.47 without benefits. So that's 7 hours a day, less than 30 hours a week. And that's basically for the rest of the school year for a total of $85,000. If they can fund 5 additional drivers, we could create magnet stops. And we could even pivot those magnet stops as possible to address needs as they change. The third initiative is a sub-driver pool. We just completed with HR, finalized a job description, again for the minimum hourly rate of $18.47 without benefits to advertise, and that job will be posted this week. And we'll advertise for that aggressively through our website and the job boards. And we're going to see if it's feasible if we do get applicants. If we do, then I've given a heads up to the CARES funding team for consideration if they could fund those positions. Right now, we know that it takes approximately 9 weeks to train a driver. So this, in the best case, would give us some driver pool in the month of December, but possibly, depending on funding, in the spring semester. This driver pool would enable us to fill those magnet positions if DCF can fund those, or CARES can fund those, and also provide backfills for drivers or TEAs, Transportation Educational Assistants, that are quarantined, because they get quarantined just like students and staff, and we currently have quarantine drivers that take them out of pocket for 2 weeks. We have distributed training to principals through principal notes for staff to get trained for non-CDL licenses for white fleet vehicles so they can drive if they have the time and are able to do so. So far, a number of schools have expressed interest in that training. And last, we're pursuing a district-wide crosswalk guard program. Risk management and our safety and security director, Rich Payne, have finalized training. Now we're to the point of working the next steps to launch that. And this has been coordinated with directors of schools. I know, for example, the elementary principals at their level meeting supported this. Many referred to such programs as they've seen across the country. And so our next step is to launch that. And these are the initiatives that we're working. I just want to remind everyone, right now we have 218 funded drivers. We have 204 on board. So we do have vacancies. And we have 77 transportation educational assistants. And that's after taking away 30 vacancies. So at the end of the day, we have 169 daily routes that we need to provide for general education and students with special needs. We have 169 drivers for 168 routes. We're able to cover those because on any given day, most of our driver trainers are driving. And without a doubt, this past Monday, we were able to cover all of our elementary routes going 5 days a week full in person because they were designed that way, as are the middle and high school routes when those schools migrate, if they do. So these are the initiatives on transportation. I'm happy to answer any questions about that or other operational aspects.
Mr. Cosgrove, the timeline for the foundation to decide if they want to fund those 5 additional drivers, do we have a timeline for that?
Ashley was hoping for this month, and I'm waiting to hear. So she was hopeful to get word back to us.
Very good. I know I speak for all of us how wonderful it is to hear all the creative initiatives that you and transportation have put into play to figure out how we can expand that service for students. And I really appreciate hearing the process about how to indicate if there's a hardship that you may have or your child may have as far as transportation, that there's a clear process for how that is determined and looked at and weighed. So thank you for that update. Directors, any other questions of Mr. Cosgrove regarding transportation? All right, seeing none,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Cosgrove, carry on. Oh.
Thanks,
Is-
Rich.
is-
And
is
I
he
just
good?
want to echo,
Sorry.
thinking outside of the box and his entire team trying to find a number of solutions and working hard. Want to echo that. And Director Lung, we will be ready in November to present more on the social emotional piece of mental health. Okay?
Was Mr. Cosgrove going into also, I see a couple other topics we had. One is around ventilation, and one I believe was around, and it's not on our board agenda, but it was like cleaning versus disinfecting was another topic that we really wanted to hear more about. So one is ventilation. Any thoughts that you want to provide us with that?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the question. So consistent with CDC guidelines, which reflects ASHRAE standards, the American Association of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers, one of the most impactful things you can do is to ventilate a building. Ventilation is defined as bringing in outdoor air. When you open a window or roll down the window of your car, that's ventilation. It's not heating, it's cooling, it's ventilation. Now, what you do, you temper that air once it's in the building to heat and cool it as needed. And the way we're doing that mechanically is we've worked with our mechanical controls contractor and our manufacturer of our HVAC systems. And twice a day, from 9:30 to 11:30 p.m. and from 4 to 6 a.m., we have mechanical controls that open up the dampers and bring in 100% outside air and flush that building. One flush is sufficient. We're doing 2. Now, when the temperature gets colder, we'll go to 1, because what you need to do is be careful of the temperature not freezing any of the coils in the rooftop units. And we've continued to benchmark with other school districts, and most of them are taking the same approach. Typically 1 flush, maybe 2, depending on the robustness of their controls. We're fortunate. We have central controls in all of our buildings. Not all school districts do. So we're doing that. And I will say, if you're in that building when it flushes, first of all, there's a roar, a soft roar or hum. And in many cases, you can hold the tissue in your hand and it will wave. It's that much of a flush. And that's the most efficient way, and that's consistent with CDC guidelines. Plus, we continue to change filters. We spend approximately $50,000 a year on filters for our 800 plus mechanical units that move and condition air. And we, consistent with CDC, we are upgrading filters to the maximum extent possible for the units in place. And I will say, for all the mobile classrooms, for example, those are upgraded to MERV 13s. And throughout the buildings, the MERV 13s, it's a level of filter. It depends on the age and size of the rooftop unit. And in this bond, fortunately, every time we replace a rooftop unit, it's with a state-of-the-art rooftop unit. Does that answer your question on
Yes,
ventilation?
it does. What was our typical practice prior to this 100% flush of fresh air? I mean, what do we typically do in terms of, what was the percentage of fresh air that we typically used prior to COVID?
So thank you. That's a very good question. You're balancing the amount of outside air that you bring in with the treating of that air to heat and cool and to circulate it in the building and to balance energy costs. So if you were going to lower energy costs, you would bring in general, less outside air. So it's just like daylighting and safety security. You want the best of both worlds. You want it secure, but you want to see through the window, so you want a lot of glazing. So it's the same with ventilation. So in general, it's anywhere from about 5 to 30% outside air is what most school districts use on any typical day.
Very good.
But with that said, we have sensors for every equipment that produces gas for carbon monoxide on all units and in boiler rooms, and we routinely check for the operational aspects of all the equipment to make sure it's operating as was designed.
So do we anticipate that our energy costs will increase then?
Yes.
Very,
And we've passed that on to CFO Kate Kataska.
very good. Directors, other questions regarding the ventilation issues? I know we had I believe a parent who wanted to be able to see the pre and the post table,
Yes.
but it sounds like all schools are getting this 100% blast. So the table would pretty much be identical regardless of what school you're in, that you would see in that morning time and possibly in the afternoon time right now while it's warmer, 100% blast of fresh air coming in.
Yes, I don't want to say it would be identical because we have different prototypes. We have some displacement ventilation, for example, in our new elementary prototypes. Others aren't. So there's different ways to heat and cool. Some have ice storage, some don't. But we have already talked to our consultant, and we have been evaluating 6 schools, and we're going to add that one school that parent was curious about, and we'll reach out to him.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cosgrove. Any other questions? All right, seeing none. So next, I think we're going to talk about cleaning versus disinfecting.
Yes, so thank you for the question. There's always room to process improve, especially on communication. So I'll be working with Stacy Rader to continue to educate our community. 2 very different things, cleaning and disinfection. And early in the school year and in the summer, we routinely communicate to our school leaders, here's what we do and the frequency that we do it in and who does it, either the building engineers or the custodial contractors. So disinfection. Disinfection is an application of what we use is Oxivir TB. It's an EPA approved on the N list for COVID-19 to kill COVID-19, and in 2 minutes it kills it. And what that is, it's spray, either with a handheld pump or a fogger, and all key touch points in every school, in every room, and anything horizontal in the classroom. So countertops, tabletops, desktops, they are sprayed, they are disinfected at least once a day. That occurs during the night. The nighttime custodial staff come through, and by contract, they have to be done by midnight. Sometimes they're done earlier. It depends on how many schools each of the 7 contractors have in their contract. And it's hard to tell if it's been disinfected. You need a trained eye. So the way we inspect that, we have 3 tiers. Every morning when a bill engineer reports to work, he or she looks at a checklist, a certification of check marks from the custodial contractor that says they've cleaned and disinfected. Then twice a month, there's a 40-plus page form that the bill engineer evaluates the custodial contractors, and if it's lower than 80%, then corrective action is taken. And then every night also, our custodial special teams does a no-notice quality control inspection on a number of schools, typically between 2 and 6 schools, depends on the geographic area. 2 weeks ago, at the end of September, we had already inspected no-notice 100 schools. And they look for, is the contractor there, are they wearing PPE, and are they disinfecting? Then if you look on the table, if you look for a sheen, sometimes you can make a mark and you can see. Now, cleaning is different. Tabletops, countertops, desktops are cleaned twice a week. So they're disinfected every day, but they're cleaned twice a week. And that's on a routine per their contract that they can manage. And the issue is, because of personal protection of property, if there's anything on the desk, that custodial contractor is not going to touch it unless it's an obvious trash. There can be paper, there can be an empty water bottle. Chances are that custodial contractor is not going to touch it because they're going to think it's personal belongings. And they're obviously very respectful of personal property and for security reasons. So they will wipe and clean twice a week, and they will spray and let dry and not wipe every night any surface that doesn't have something on it. So that's why we communicate, and we'll continue to communicate to school leaders to clear those desktops at the end of every night. So if you come in the next morning, it's really hard to tell. You can even see pencil shavings, for example, and if it's not on one of the 2 nights a week that they're going to be wiped, you may think no one was here. Well, they sprayed everywhere, even those pencil shavings, but they didn't move the papers or water bottles or books if they were on the table. So that's just an item that we can clarify.
Very good.
I hope that answers your question.
Clarified it very well to me. Thank you. Directors, are there questions regarding that issue around disinfecting versus cleaning? Director Lung?
Well, thank you very much for the explanations. I heard from some elementary school that's opening from 5 days a week, that there's a need for air purifier in the classroom. Is this something that the district aware of? There's a need for such equipment in the classroom, because I heard from several people that there's even a fundraising effort to buy that in the classroom. First of all, I'm not quite sure whether this is district authorized to put in the classroom. And second, is there really such need to do that? I just want to make sure that that does not add another level of unsafe, equipment in our building that may not be necessary. And I know that a lot of parents are really anxious and things like that. So I just want to get a clarifications about that. Thank you.
Director Long, thank you. That's a very good question. While I didn't answer that because it's really not ventilation, it's air purifying, that's under our personal protective equipment program. And yes, we have air purifiers in rooms consistent with CDC guidance as possible and feasible for the highest occupancy areas. It definitely helps, but it depends on the size of the purifier and the size of the room, and on the electrical capacity of the room and the building. So we have distributed over 250 air purifiers through professional development for electives, for band, and for choir rooms at all 3 levels of schools on a programmatic level. And through HR, we have distributed air purifiers for any and all medically approved accommodations request. So in general, we've distributed approximately 300 air purifiers. That's in addition to air purifiers that we have in the inventory that we move around based on other indoor air quality concerns based on personal accommodations, whether allergies or things like that. There are a number of schools that have asked, can we purchase air purifiers? And we're saying absolutely, as long as we get to see it, we get to review it, because someone's got to change those filters every 6 months. And on our PPE list, we have also started purchasing filters for these air purifiers that schools are getting, as well as we're getting through the grant funds. And the grant funds have paid for all of the air purifiers as well as all of the PPE.
Director Lund, go ahead.
So in a nutshell, whoever want to buy this air purifier in the classroom need to get approval from the facility to make sure that we have a safe and an effective system in there, not just buying anything that could cause fire or additional problems. And second, if I know that you said that we're going to have distributed some to the classroom, but if the parents community want to fundraising to do that, the district is not going to stand in their way. I just want to make sure that we clarify those 2 issues because I get a couple questions about that.
Yes, this aligns actually with the building and site modification process that we have in place for several years. If a school wants to raise funds for a climbing wall or a ropes course or certain kinds of shades, we always support that, or amphitheaters, or classroom conversions like at Rock Canyon High School. We always support that. It comes through construction, and in this case for air purifiers, our environmental manager to make sure the product is safe and authorized and can be maintained.
I just want to clarify to those parents who have concern is that that's not a district mandatory fundraising effort that you have to force to donate. If your room or your building, your parents want to have such effort, it's not a way of trying to shortchange you or not giving you the equipment.
Right.
I just want to make sure that now and clear that if there's a lead, please contact your principal. And if somebody decides to do fundraising and things like that, the district has nothing to do with that effort. Right.
That's correct. We will review and support for compliance, but our effort is for the HVAC systems building-wide for every room in the district to improve the ventilation.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Cosgrove, again.
Thank you.
And just to express our appreciation to operations and maintenance, our building engineers, our contract custodial services. We know this is an incredible time for them to have to focus on so many things to ensure that our kids are in a safe and clean and disinfected environment. So please express our gratitude and appreciation to all of you.
Thank you.
Director Meek.
Real quick. Mr. Cosgrove, did you get a chance to talk about the outdoor tents at all? I think that'd be helpful to hear about those as well.
Thank you, Director Meek, for the question. So we have tents at all 3 levels of schools. I'll start with the elementaries first. CARES funds, fortunately. We put a survey out through the directors of schools, through all of the principals. We had a request for approximately 65 tents at our elementary schools. We targeted tents that are 20 by 20 because that's the limit on what requires permitting. And permitting in and of itself, every time you put up 65 tents, you're talking thousands and thousands of dollars. And so we wanted to be flexible. So we purchased the tents, we put them up. We had a significant windstorm. We had 7 tents blow over. We put those tents back up. We have a training in process with the building engineers and grounds department to put up and take down those tents for perpetuity, because we own those, and our plan is to store those in schools. So principals will have the discretion when to put them up and when not, and how to use them. So that's a benefit. 2 tents, 20 by 20, it's the size of a classroom, 800 square feet. So there's some flexibility, whether for dining in good weather or for outdoor learning, and understanding it is weather dependent. At our middle and high schools, because of the size of the tents and the $5,000 limit for CARES funds for purchase, we actually had to rent those tents because they were too expensive to purchase. And those tents are scheduled to come down on Halloween because of inclement weather and before the weather hits. And we do have the flexibility pending CARES funding and decisions and needs of school leadership to put those up in the spring, but that decision is yet to be made.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate how thorough and detailed you are with explaining everything. We receive a lot of questions, and I think the public really appreciates hearing about all of this.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, thank you, Mr. Cosgrove. Mr. Weiss, does that conclude the superintendent updates? Does indeed. And then we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is to discuss the COVID data monitoring and response presentation. Mr. Wise, I'll let you do the honors of introducing whoever is presenting.
Thank you very much. We are going to start with Matt Reynolds. As we get going through, we're going to have a number of us working in with this presentation. So we're going to work with microphones and also the podium as we get going through, but we're going to first start off with Matt Reynolds.
Very good. Good evening, Mr. Reynolds.
Good evening, directors. Thank you, President Ray, for giving me the opportunity to talk dashboard again. This is becoming one of my favorite subjects every couple of weeks. We do have a few changes. As with everything these days, there are changes, and this is an ever-evolving situation, and I'll touch on those. A few things that I want to get to, I've highlighted 2 sections in yellow. So this is our dashboard that we've been working with for several months now. We've inserted the scoring, and this is as of 10/18. So we've updated the data based on Tri-County Health's interactive dashboard. Again, we upload these reports once every Friday, but we continue to monitor them every day. So you can see the first one, which is the case rates and also the percent positivity. Those are 2 things that are highlighted because they have changed. And this is Tri-County has made this change. Our scoring system on the dashboard has not, and I'll talk a little bit about what Tri-County is now doing with their scoring. Second page, our scoring has not changed at all. And you can see our sum total right now is, as of Sunday, was 14. And we'll put up another one of these this week. And I have some exciting news about how we're going to display this on the website. This is the source of the first round of that data, this is Tri-County Health's caution metrics for schools. These are some of the changes that are reflective on our dashboard, the highlighted sections. I want to draw your attention to under A where it says dial metric. Behind each one of their metrics, they're now indicating where the source of that data is, and they've actually changed 2 of them. First is A, when it talks about the 2-week cumulative incident rates. You'll notice on the status, it's now referring to the dial dashboard that's used by CDPHE, which is our state public health and environment group. They have also changed the cut scores that they use to reflect these new dial metrics. And I'll show you an image of what those dial metrics look like in just a few moments. But just know as we pull this data up, A is now changed to that new language of the state's dial metrics. One thing I do want to point out that we're monitoring, we are this green line at the very bottom, and this is our incidence rates. And so we're constantly monitoring the height of that and also the slope. The height and the slope impact these first two rows of our dashboard here. So that's something that we constantly look at as we go through each successive day. I pull this thing up and refresh it and look at it and just see where we are. Some metrics change daily, other metrics change weekly, and so we monitor that with each of those. The next row, which is row C here, this is the 2-week average positivity. Again, this data is coming from CDPHE, and it's now reflective of their dial dashboard. The cut scores for this, however, have not changed. It's still 5, 10, 15. So the metrics and the cut scores have changed, but the style that they report that data is now reflective. This is an effort, I believe, on the count of Tri-County Health in our state to become more aligned with the data sources. Oh, and I just lost where I was. That's all right. Now on the bottom of this, you'll also see this is the 2-week incidence rates, specifically for youth ages 5 through 18. We, again, are this green line, and you can see that kind of bouncing frequently. You know, this has been the trend. The trend is a lot of movement on that line as we've gone through the year. Our percentage is now at a negative 37.3. I mean, that's where we have dropped because we had that big rise. As you recall, the last time that I was presenting, this category was red. So it will fluctuate, and we'll continue to monitor as we move through. Oh, I lost my ability to change slides. Can you move forward for me? So this is the dial metric system that I was referring to regarding CDPHE. The dial is the image that's up in the upper left corner where it goes from protect our neighbor, safer at home to stay at home. So they indicate where we are as a county based on these metrics that are in the middle. And the metrics are similar to what we've had on our dashboard pretty much since we've started this process. However, they do use a different source and they have different cut scores. So now our metrics that are associated with the caution metrics for Tri-County are now aligned to this. So when we do refer back to that dashboard that's used for the county, they're pulling directly from that dial dashboard now, and so that language is aligned. So you'll see that stay at home, safer at home, and also you'll see protect your neighbor. We are currently at a level 1 on their dial, and we'll continue to monitor that throughout time. This is, again, an image of our scoring system. This is something, again, it's not the sole basis for our decision making, but it's one data point that we use to reflect where our status is as a school system. This is the exciting part. This is a draft that we're putting together, and really it's thanks to our health group, Lisa Cantor, the nurses, and also our IT department that help us collect this information and also display it in a meaningful fashion. This will become an interactive data port that's going to live on our website. We've got a few iterations of making some changes to this before we post it. But what this will allow users to do, and it'll be open to the public, is they'll be able to change date ranges and identify feeder levels. And what it does is it provides a capture of our positive cases by day, the total number of isolations by day, and the total quarantine by day. So that gives a snapshot of what's happening in our school system on that day or in a series of days if you look up here on top. Another thing it's going to give in the middle is the total number of cases, not just the total number, but we also break it down by level so people can start to see what the differences are between all of the levels. One thing to note here is, I mean, we break it down by level, but also we have to bear in mind of how many grade levels are at each level. Elementary runs K through 5 or 6, so there are more grade levels associated with this smaller slice than there would be a high school, which is typically 4. So this is just an idea, and I believe this was in response to Director Lung's request to have this data more visible, which is perfect. I enjoy having this stuff out and visible so that our community can get a sense of where this is going. One change that we're looking at, this scoring system is also going to look at our dashboard score. We're going to use that weekly dashboard score for every Friday. So when they pull it up, they're going to see that week score. And it's going to be reflective of color, which is one of the changes that we're making, which is why this is a draft. A score of 14 really should be green. So these are the types of the iteration process that we've gone through as we made a visual and make changes to it and make adjustments. So this is something that we're going to try to get up on the website in the next week or so, now that we've got it landed to a spot where we agree upon the metrics. Before I continue on here, I do want to spend some time to remind folks what the difference is in the terminology here between quarantine, isolated, and positive. That is something that I continue to refer people to. We'll have that as part of the snapshot that's available here, this data tracker. We'll have an ability to be able to hover and look at what those definitions are, because they are confusing. Isolation is really for somebody who has symptoms, whether it's COVID related or not. We're just trying to get them isolated because they're not well. And quarantine are those people that are exposed. And so that's a big difference in terminology and something that we want to refer to often. And with that, I do want to turn this over to Nancy Ingalls, who is our Chief Personalized Learning Officer, to talk about some of the changes to the quarantine protocols.
Very good. Good evening, Mrs. Ingalls.
Good evening, board directors. The Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, CDPHE, has recently updated their guidance for schools for cases and outbreaks. This update is going to change our quarantine process. Their update gives us a tool where we can determine if we need to use standard contact identification or targeted contact identification in contact tracing when we have a positive COVID case. Up until now, standard contact identification has applied to everything, which means that when we've had a positive case in a school, the entire classroom or classrooms have been quarantined. And as you know, that has made a big impact on our school district as well as others. With targeted contact identification, one thing that's very important to understand is that everything listed here has to be in place in order to use the targeted contact identification. So what that means is it immediately eliminates elementary schools or other settings where classes or groups of students stay together for more than one class period. Beyond that, we need to be sure that our county is at Safer at Home level 1 or 2 on the dial dashboard. We need to make sure there's not another positive case in that classroom. Classrooms need to be utilizing seating charts and adhering to those seating charts and keeping that documentation so that we can use that in the contact tracing. Of course, we remind our parents to monitor their children's symptoms and temperature daily. Our staff are entering their symptoms and temperature daily when they arrive to school. Our students and staff members are wearing their face coverings during class. Targeted contact identification would not be able to be used in classes where people are singing, playing wind instruments, or exercising. And then, of course, like I mentioned earlier, it has to apply to groups that do not stay together for more than one class period. Next slide. So when we use standard contact identification, which we still will use in some cases, when there's a positive case, the entire classroom will be quarantined. When we do have the opportunity to use targeted contact identification, we will only need to quarantine those people who have been identified as a close contact, meaning they were within 6 feet for 15 minutes or longer in the classroom while everybody was masked, or possibly in another scenario where they might not be wearing masks, such as in a lunchroom eating lunch, and they were within 12 feet of the positive person for 15 minutes or longer. What this means is when using targeted contact identification, we won't need to quarantine entire classes. And there's going to be some instances also where the teacher may not be able to need to be quarantined. The benefits of this are that we hope to see an improvement in our in-person attendance for students. And if more people are attending school and fewer students are being quarantined, that will have a positive impact on their extracurricular activities. And as you know, we've had a severe substitute teacher shortage due to the number of teachers that have needed to quarantine. So if that number is reduced, hopefully that will help the substitute teacher situation as well.
Very good. Well, I have a couple of wow moments here. You know, first of all, the wow on the interactive data that we can drill down and really look at levels and feeder systems. So I know I even could see that Director Lung was smiling behind his mask. But wow, that's very impressive, Mr. Reynolds. So thank you for that. Also, a wow moment for finally having some relief with this whole quarantining. Ms. Ingalls, do you know when this protocol will take place in terms of when it will be actually used and implemented?
So we've updated our written protocols this week, and we will be speaking with principals about this Thursday at
Very
level
good.
meetings.
Very good. So after Thursday, they're into the new protocol system of being able to target possibly if this criteria is in place.
I believe the biggest issue for our schools is the use of seating charts. And so Mr. Blair has put together lots of different options to share with our schools about how to do online seating charts and be able to store those digitally so they're very easy to access. That needs to be implemented first, and then we will be ready to begin the targeted contact identification.
That's great. Was this our staff that was advocating, or how did this come to be? I mean, I know you worked a lot with Tri-County Health to get their blessing. Was it our staff that really influenced the decision on how to make this cleaner and more specific?
I think the superintendent group that Mr. Wise spoke about earlier advocated for this because of the impact of quarantine was very significant on our school districts.
Yes.
And local health departments as well were advocating on the behalf of school districts to make this change.
Great. Well, great work. And again, just express gratitude to Lisa Cantor, our health department staff, because I know both of these things that you shared tonight reflect an incredible amount of work that they have had to collect and work through. So truly grateful to see that great work. Directors, are there questions? Director Meek?
On the interactive dashboard, it looks like those filters are on the left-hand side, right? The data is both students and teachers together, correct? Are you able to filter out one or the other, or will they always be together?
I think the current iteration is they're both together, but that's certainly something that we can always look into, adding some additional filter interactions with that.
Okay.
What we're trying to do right now is get something up and running.
Sure.
So that we're able to go and test it in the real thing, and then we'll constantly be tweaking it based on feedback.
No, it looks great, and I'm wondering, what's the lag time in data being populated?
Great question. We think it's going to be within 2 days is what we're shooting for. And to President Ray's point, it requires a lot of entry from our nursing staff to be able to do that. So 2 to 3 days, I think, would be feasible, but we're going to have to play that by ear just to see how demanding that's going to be on our nursing staff.
Directors, other questions? Director Lung?
I'm going to smile at you. Thank you. Truly appreciate that. It's much more clear with breaking down to elementary, middle, and high school level. So I think in a lot of people's mind now, we are opening 5 days of school for elementary. How will this dashboard looks like for the staff to recommend the board to consider to open secondary school?
So that's really one of the questions moving forward as we get this pasted up there and we start monitoring it in this form. We'll start looking more closely at some of these additional data points as they're constituted, but we're starting to engage in that broader conversation, which I think Interim Superintendent Wise behind me is really itching to talk about.
Very good.
Yeah, actually, you preluding to what's coming next. And part of our process discussion and next steps But to take a second to say the responsiveness, that we are listening, the feedback, the challenges that all the districts are facing with the dashboard, the data, how do we separate it? Is it accurate? How do we make it understandable? It's a work in progress that kudos to everyone. Lisa Cantor did work with Tri-County, sending over a lot of what we were working on to try to isolate and plans that we'd like to put in place. Mark and others to look at how we can help schools. While we have seating charts, how can we do that better and systematize it? So how we use our resources, maximize those, and create that opportunity to respond. And then also how we work within it. Tri-County came back with this new CDPHE guidelines to work with schools and took our feedback, Cherry Creek's, Littleton's, others, to try to put together a plan that we can target and do a better job of really increasing who really needs to be quarantined while also still maintaining the highest safety protocols as possible and ever changing. So the responsiveness of the staff along with others in the work and partnering with other groups, it's noticeable we are listening and we're trying to do better and always try to improve on that piece.
That's great.
Yep.
And Mr. Weiss, if we could just take a brief moment to introduce this person we refer to as Mark or Mr. Blair.
Yep.
Because he's new to our team, so if you would introduce him.
Absolutely. So Mark Blair is our interim CITO and really acting. He's been a part of our district for 26 years. 26 years. And really taking on, he's been a great leader within the IT department and taking on those roles and responsibilities and has done a great job stepping up and partnering with Matt with his team. And he's got a great team around him and also to work with the seating charts and working with our schools and those resources.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Blair, and thank you for being part of the team. All right, directors, any other questions regarding the presentation we've seen so far? Director Holtzman.
Yeah, I think this is fairly related, and since you're here, I'm just wondering, as you've talked with Tri-County Health, if they've recommended any additional mitigation strategies. For instance, I'm seeing, and it could have been from Tri-County Health, recommendations about getting your flu shot to avoid, catching both illnesses at once, to not increase testing, and then also to not increase our hospitalizations. So I'm just wondering if they've recommended that we share that, or if there's been any discussion, because I know that, our community and how much we all mitigate risk affects our schools. So I wasn't sure if that had been discussed.
We did have two lengthy conversations with Tri-County, one about the plan for elementary returning to 5 days, and the other conversation was about our plan to implement targeted contact identification. And in both of those conversations, they were very happy with all the strategies that we've put in place and how well they are aligned with all the state guidance. Of course, all public health agencies advocate for flu shots this year. We do have the information from Tri-County on the shot clinics and their information that we're happy to pass along through district communications, but they didn't specifically ask us to do anything more in that regard.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ingalls, I know in the past we've done a pretty aggressive offering of flu shots to staff and even to students. Are we still replicating that kind of process in our schools? Are we doing quite a bit of flu shot vaccinations?
Yes, for our staff, we had all of our flu shot clinics. I'm not sure if they're all complete yet, but they were all held at various locations earlier. All of that started a little earlier than normal.
Very good. Very good. All right, directors, any other questions before we move on to another topic? Well, again, can't thank all of you enough for all the work you're doing. Pioneering this new territory is just, it's mind-boggling to say the least, but we are so grateful that you just continue to, as Mr. Weiss said, respond, get clear, and hopefully we can become less disruptive because of this information to our students' learning environment. So truly grateful for all the great work. So thank you. Thanks all of you. Next on our agenda then is to move into talking about second semester financial and enrollment planning. And again, Mr. Weiss, I'll let you do the honors of introductions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm gonna really turn this over to our CFO, Kate Kataska, and our Assistant Superintendent, Ted Knight. Matt and I will fill in a little bit in a few spots, but really we're going to combine this director along a little bit with partnering. Where are we going with the possibility of decision-making dialogue working towards middle school and high school in person. So we're going to add a little bit in that conjunction piece to partner with that. So I want you to know as we go through, we're going to talk about our process, our next steps. We need to include a lot of people in that, but I want you to know as we start to go through it, you did a nice prelude to what we're also going to include. Okay? So Ted, Kate?
Good evening, directors. Before we get into second semester, we are going to do a quick review of what first semester has looked like and what we plan for it to look like as we begin second quarter. So, are we back working? Okay, so this is an overview of what we've done first quarter and what we are continuing to do second quarter. You can see our enrollment by level, elementary, middle, and high, and the support model that we have for each. I think as everyone knows, our high school e-learning students are integrated within the school, and staff are primarily teaching in-person students while teaching their few online students at home as well. We continue to pay extra for teachers who are performing extra duty. The middle and elementary is our kind of traditional separate e-learning school. We have approximately 115 or so staff teachers who are teaching those students, a director of e-learning and 4 building administrators, and we've been able to hire a registrar, and we have some tech support. They are, again, kind of their own feeder, their own independent learning school. They are teaching exclusively online and only online students. There's not that connection to the local school. And students with special needs and students who have English language as their second language are predominantly provided virtual by staff in the school. So e-learning teachers are providing support, but that intensive support is coming from teachers who are in the school. We've had to hire additional FTE, and we have long-term subs in addition to the teachers out of our schools who have come in and taught e-learning. Ms. Kataska is going to talk a little bit about what this structure is costing us, and then I'm going to hop back up and talk a little bit about how we are planning for second semester.
Thank you. Is that on? Okay. If we go to the next slide. So in terms of the structure that Mr. Knight laid out, this slide is a cost estimate in terms of both what that structure supporting e-learning directly, as well as some of the other first semester costs for both our hybrid model, PPE, and some of the things in our other models as well. So really we're trying to get our best estimate of what first semester is costing, knowing that the bulk of this has been funded through the different CARES buckets of money, as this serves as our basis for estimating cost for second semester. And as we evaluate options about how we support e-learning, either in the current high school model, fully integrated into the homeschool schedule, or sort of as that independent e-learning school, similar to the current elementary and middle schools, we start with where we are today and sort of estimating what that current structure is costing. So those first several lines are related to personnel cost. And again, this is where we get some blending of staff that are both in the hybrid model, as well as our staff that are teaching 100% e-learning students, as well as the additional supplemental pays going out to high schools. All told, that's about $8.4 million in personnel costs, representing about 150 FTE in total as we look at both the 100 or so FTE that are directly supporting e-learning, as well as those that are backfilling into our hybrid model to make sure that we're keeping reasonable class sizes. There have been a number of new hires to support those models. Any new hires that we've brought in since the beginning of the year are on a short-term contract. So those contracts are set to end December 31st to follow in line with the CARES Act funding provisions that do terminate that funding source at the end of the year. And we would need to make some decisions about what that staffing looks like going forward, certainly. There is a small bit of administrative support. That's the director of e-learning, as well as the administrative staff there, assistant principals, a registrar, things to sort of keep the backbone of e-learning going. Substitutes in class coverage is the one area where we are touching the general fund a little bit. What we've said in terms of substitutes is we are essentially charging substitutes as we always have, but monitoring that very closely. Each school has within their SBB a non-discretionary substitute teacher budget. And so we're continuing to pay substitutes as we always have. But in the event that a school were to overspend that budget for reasons of COVID or quarantine or anything related to the pandemic, certainly, would waive some forgiveness there. But the fluidity of substitutes made it much easier just to continue to pay those as we normally do and address any discrepancies that we would have later on. Moving down below that high school supplemental pay, we've had lots of conversations about what's entailed there. Those are the supplemental payments to high school staff who are supporting both e-learning and hybrid students within the current school day. So those have been paid out in large part already. And then below the line there is our non-personnel costs. So the bulk of that being in both IT, some additional supplies, and then PPE. So luckily in the case of IT, most of that actually goes out the door first semester, and it isn't an ongoing cost that we would experience throughout second semester. Purchase services, we could see a little bit of that carry through, and then working really closely with Rich and his team to get some solid estimates of PPE and other supplies related to second semester, knowing what we currently hold in inventory, what we have backstocked and available, and what we think we would still need to purchase. So all told, that's about $13 million in terms of an estimate of first semester costs. Other important note here that all staff is based on 5/12 of the annual salary. So because that e-learning work didn't truly start until August, we can't book the July payroll related to that staff to our CARES grant. So as we start to think about second semester, we're actually going to experience, even if we kept things exactly the same, would be an uptick in the cost for second semester, just knowing that we were paying additional months of salary. And then the other thing that might not be reflected here is any PPE that would be bought individually by a school or site on their district P cards. We might not be recording those transactions fully at this point. So again, bottom line, and still an estimate, is about $13 million supporting the hybrid students and our 100% e-learning students in those current structures where high schools are sort of owning their own and supporting them within their school day and running the independent e-learning school for our elementary and middle schoolers. So if we jump to the next slide, we're going to talk in a little bit about what some of those second semester options look like. But I wanted to do just a quick snapshot and update on funded pupil count and October count for this year. So this one is an important reminder of just the message that enrollment does not equal funded pupil count. So just because we have a student enrolled in our building doesn't mean that we receive 100% funding for that student. You see a large uptick in 2019 in that green line related to funded pupil count. That's not because we got a whole bunch more kiddos. It's not because we found some new mechanism to count kiddos and calculate funded pupil count. It's actually because the state began to fund kindergarten at a 1.0, full day kindergarten at a 1.0, where previously kindergartners were at a 0.58 of an FTE. So that's that big uptick in 2019. So as we start to capture October count, and when we jump to the next slide there, what we're looking at here is enrollment. These are enrollment snapshots on a particular day, and there's a lot of work still yet to do to see of those students that we have enrolled, how many were on a full-time schedule, how many are ECE students that would be counted at less than a 1.0 for funding, how many are online students that receive less than a 1.0 for funding, and some of those other programs that sort of get discounted in terms of the funded pupil count rate. So the chart on the bottom left is what our snapshot was first as of October 2nd. It's the Friday that we took the snapshot. October count formally occurred on October 1st. But these are our best estimates of the gain or loss of enrollment by level as of that October count date. Again, gain or loss of enrollment, not necessarily a funded pupil count. So Director Lung, to your question about engaging families and reaching out to those to see where they're at and possibly bringing them back to the district, we see those efforts happening. And so the second column there is actually the change in enrollment since October 2nd, so after October count. So it is always good news that we get students back. Enrollment serves as the basis for many years to come in terms of how the state projects us in our enrollment and our funded pupil count. However, those 437 students that have come in after the count will likely not receive funding for those students as a district. So we will be educating 437 more students than we are actually funded to receive. So that's a really important thing that we keep an eye on, again, thinking towards second semester and what that looks like, to make sure that we actually are preserving and setting models and structures to be able to educate the kids that we have, not necessarily regardless, but regardless of the funding that we've received. Okay, we have a duty to do so. So I just wanted to give that snapshot because it's really important that we pay attention to that trend. The dotted line there on the right-hand side is everything that's received after that October count. And then moving on to the next slide is where we'll hand it back to Ted to talk through some of the options there.
So give a rundown of what staff is doing to prepare for second semester. We're looking primarily at gathering feedback on 3 options. I think it's important to state that we are going to seek feedback and make decisions that we know are in the best interest of students and that make sure that our staff is healthy. However, given the information that Ms. Kataska is sharing tonight, we can't be naive to the financial aspect of continuing the exact model for the entire school year. So we are gathering feedback on basically 3 different models. The first one, as you see there on the top, is basically continuing to do what we're doing, having high school kids integrated into their home schools and having a separate e-learning elementary and middle school. The second option that you see there would basically be having elementary and middle go to their home schools as well, similar to high school. So you would still have an e-learning option. It's just you would basically Zoom or Google Meets into the classroom the same way we're doing at the high school level. And then the third option there is we could possibly have middle school just go to a high school model. Those students are obviously a little more self-directed and mature and might be able to do that a little more independently, and possibly just keep our elementary school students as their own separate high school with, or own separate school, I'm sorry, with their teachers and kind of keep that standalone school. In order to gather some data to help make that information as relevant as we can for parents, we are going to repeat our express check-in process. That opens up this week and will close on November 1st. That will give us some information on which families would want to choose to possibly stay in person or hybrid or move, as we mentioned at the start of the year. It's also important to note that teachers may change based on staffing. If we have to move several teachers from e-learning into the classroom or the classroom into e-learning, it's possible that the teacher your child had the first half of the year may not be the teacher your child has the second half of the year. And then elementary and middle school may transition to become more directed. There are a few other, I think, caveats to this as parents make their decision in addition to your possible teacher changing, and that is if you are e-learning or if you choose e-learning or continue to stay e-learning, you can be assured that your child is going to learn from home for the rest of the school year. If you choose to switch to hybrid, there are 3 possibilities every day, right? You could be hybrid. We could switch possibly to full in-person learning, or you could be either one of those and be quarantined and then have to, or isolated even, and have to learn from home for a couple weeks. So we just want to make sure as parents are filling this out that they are well aware of those 2 options. And just to give an idea of what this timeline looks like to gather feedback, so we have level meetings this week, and we're going to do this a couple different ways. Middle school, because we have 9 principals, we are going to work directly with those middle school principals and ask them to propose, after getting feedback from their staff on what they would need, propose to us what they think the best option for second semester would look like. We are going to make sure that Director of E-Learning, Diane Smith, is heavily involved in those conversations,
as are people from our personalized learning department, so that we make sure we have all the information we need. For the elementary level, where we have nearly 50 principals, we are putting together a working group of approximately 10 to 12 principals who will do the same process and then meet with the full elementary team back and forth to make sure that they are not only gathering input from their colleagues, but keeping them abreast of what they're doing. We then have express check-in, as I talked about. We are going to come back and gather feedback again from all levels. We are working on a process with principals to make sure they can go back, similar to how we did with moving elementary to full in-person, and gather feedback from their staff and then bring that back to the group. So we have level meetings again next week. We're upticking our level meetings a little bit. We're meeting for a little bit of shorter time, more focused, but more often. We'll look at those results from express check-in, and then we will have a proposal of what we think we should do second semester for both elementary and middle, and then come back and finalize that. I think it's important to note that there is an overlay of this timeline for middle and high school as well, in terms of what second semester looks like in terms of hybrid or full in person. So as we are working through this process, with elementary, it's going to be pretty straightforward. They're already full in person. It's what does e-learning look like for second semester? For middle school, it's going to be what does e-learning look like for second semester, and give us your feedback on the plausibility of going full in person at some point moving forward. And then we're going to re-engage high school. They have their e-learning system working, but again, what is the plausibility of moving towards full in person at the high school level? Understanding that we would continue to offer an e-learning option at all three levels. We just need to continue to have conversations about what second semester looks like, both for our hybrid / full in-person kids, as well as what e-learning structure is going to be most effective for teaching and learning and most financially sustainable. Corey?
Yeah, I want to reiterate a few things. Obviously, we started taking a look at the budget piece with Ms. Kataska. She shared that not only were we spending about $8.5 million on FTE, so when you look at replicating that in the spring current state, that's kind of that piece of what we're projecting out of what it could cost to replicate the same thing. That also included, remember, that backfilling back in our schools. So if teachers moved to e-learning and we needed to keep class size at a level that's manageable, we did use CARES funds to backfill some of those. So that's that additional cost. Express check-in is going to be very important to see where our students and families wanted to be for second semester. While you can't completely describe what that looks like, we can describe that there will be e-learning. So the questions of will there still be e-learning second semester, you heard yes. The idea that no matter what, whether it stays the same, the possibility that teachers could change. If you have a decrease of students or an increase, staffing will have to change. So within that piece, we cannot guarantee, and families have to understand, we cannot guarantee you will always have your same teacher no matter how e-learning looks like. So Matt and his team are doing a great job to create not only a survey, but also a narrative with Stacy and Communications to make sure there's a level of understanding. The timeline to get that information back is to start to go through. Again, Ted did a nice job stating that if we choose to be in person looks like possibly hybrid, possibly full in person, or whether you have to move to virtual, or whether it's short term or long term, depending on health standards. Those are the three things if you choose in person. So we need to make sure that families understand that also, that by choosing to be in person, and at the secondary level right now it's hybrid, that could look different. And so understanding that's a fluid modality, changing environment, depending on needs and ability, that's also going to be the case. So I think that's important as we put out that survey that you understand, and that hopefully we do a good job in helping parents understand to the best ability. Now, the last few things. We're always going to work on what's safe. We're always going to ask what's quality, what's working well now, what can we do better? Then we also have to get the input and what we've set up to hopefully get great discussion of what's the right thing to do? What are we able to do in our schools? What are our teachers able to do? And what do we want to take on? And then lastly, what's that fiscal responsibility? We know what we're spending. If we can do a great job and spend that same amount, or if we can do a great job and spend less, You're always going to work on what are those cost factors to make our decisions. Within this piece, we're diving into the budget. Typically, we dive into the budget in the springtime. But as you can tell, it's a tight year. It's a tight year for many reasons. So we're going to dive into the budget sooner. We're going to dive into the budget with our principals, create understanding of where are we as an entire district, where do we want to be come springtime, then how are we going to try to get there? We're going to define our priorities. And as you define those priorities, you have to say, where does that cost and spending go? And then last, we start to go through, we're going to start to work on where we stand with all the enrollment side. And in the next several board meetings, you're going to have us again presenting to you next steps of where we're finding our total budget. Now, is it going to be exact? No. But it's going to be a good forecast of where we get to the spring, so we're more prepared, so we can share it out to our communities for better understanding, so we can share it out to our schools for better understanding. And as we start to make our decisions moving forward, we have the time and place to make the best decisions we can under the circumstance that we're facing. So we wanted to try to really lay out to you not only a timeline, but try to paint the picture of a process, how we work and gather feedback from not only our families, but also then our teachers, and start to look at that decision-making process so you can kind of see what it's going to take to see where we are now and where we need to get to. Okay? What questions do you have for us?
Directors, one quick question. So, Ms. Kataska, so Corey, you mentioned, or Mr. Wise, you mentioned the $8.5 million that were invested for the first semester for staffing, and it sounds like we're kind of waiting to see if the stimulus or relief dollars gets reestablished for second semester. And it feels like that we're kind of we're in limbo of whether or not will the middle school and elementary teachers that are in a building right now have to provide that e-learning versus if we maintain this parallel staff that's providing e-learning. And so I guess I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. Are we waiting for, is that one of our pivotal decisions to decide how we deliver e-learning, is whether or not the stimulus dollars get reapproved for the new calendar year?
So the most pivotal is first just getting that feedback. We really need to talk to our high schools and see what has worked and what hasn't, and what capacity and sort of stress levels on staff are handling both of those models to figure out if that's the right way to go. Talking with our middle schools, knowing that they are just unique in structure, to make sure that we build the system and structure that is right for that level. And talking to our elementary school kiddos as well, and just and teachers and staff, and making decisions that are right for that model. It's not as though the decision point is resting on, do we get additional stimulus funding? In either of those models, we will have to work to make sure that we are able to fund and sustain within our currently available resources, which I am not including an additional wave of stimulus funding. In terms of how we have spent our current stimulus funding, we've talked a little bit about in some previous board meetings about our ability to fund what is known as increased instructional time or increased learning time within our CARES grant, which actually gives us some of that capacity within our general fund, and that's certainly going to come into play here. But none of these decisions are fully dependent on an additional wave of stimulus funding.
Let me ask the question a different way. If we had known that stimulus money was in our bank starting in January, would we be asking these questions of our staff to say what works? I guess what I'm feeling is some angst for our e-learners, because basically in December they'll not know who their teacher is.
So let me possibly add a little piece and then let somebody who's much more knowledgeable about the budget side explain better. We don't want to wait for anything that's not under our control. We're going to control our decisions based off of what do we have and where can we reallocate. So we're going to have to look at all of our expenses and all of our budgets, our department-based budgets, our school-based budgets. What do we have as far as reserve to say what can we provide? Now I will say, I think anytime you go into this time of year, you're going to reflect of what's working. If we get feedback that everything's working well and you have the same enrollment numbers, then we start from that basis of what's working. You want to replicate and improve what's working. But if you identify areas to do it better and it's more cost effective, that makes a lot of sense also. Hence the feedback that we're getting from our families of what they're choosing, from our staff and teachers and families from in that environment, and then from our schools to say, what are we able to do? All those will reflect our decision, and it's not going to be contingent on whether or not we get more CARES funding. Now, how we allocate, and if we get that money, fantastic. It's needed. But we need to control based off of what we have and be ready for anything, and that's what we will determine in going through all of this. And that's what we're going to start to prelude in the next board meetings, really painting the picture of where do we stand with e-learning in that cost, what are we able to do in recommending, and then where does that hit on our balance? If we're looking at replicating roughly, say, that 8.5%, because we know what we are doing at that point, then we're going to look and say, after we recommend and go for this, where's our cost? And then how are we going to budget for that?
I'll stop at this point because I know Director Chanchashore has a question too, but I guess if we are focused on what's best for kids, what we're not going to do is pull the rug out from under them after December 30th. And so I guess my question is, should we be thinking about the contingency now to say, we're going to maintain status quo for those kids so that they don't experience this major disruption in January of having a new teacher or who knows. I guess I appreciate and respect the strategy of we're going to plan what we have and not what we think we could get. I think that's always the right course of action, but I guess it's the contingency question that's bothering me a little bit. Should we have been looking at contingency so that those e-learners learning is not disrupted by having a whole brand new teacher come on board in January?
So as a compliment, we're already digging into that. To say that we know that would you say status quo? If that's what's best, Ms. Kataska has created opportunities and ways in which we can replicate that.
Very good.
I think what we have to say is what is best. We are ready to replicate if needed. We have plans in which to do that, which we need to present to you and others to make sure that's the best decision. But I also will say in a lot of the conversations, we need to get feedback to say what's best. But I do think we have plans in which to continue within that.
Very good.
Now, there's tough decisions with those plans, but we have a way in which to do that.
Very good.
And the only other thing that I would add too is that our goal is as minimal disruption as possible. But to go into second semester with the notion that nothing will change, I think it's just unrealistic. So just trying to prepare folks and families for the circumstance where their child's teacher could change just by sheer fact of we will have a different enrollment makeup or mixture of e-learning versus hybrid in person versus final student counts in each of our schools for second semester.
Thank you.
One last thing, Ms. Kataska said that well. We don't want to guarantee anything that we can't for sure back up. We want to be realistic. We want to really say that we might not change anything. However, there also could be those possibilities of changes. Here are things that factor into that. Enrollment numbers, that impacts staffing. If there are changes, how do you minimize that impact? But just like, so let's talk about a regular school. At semester, if you have staffing changes, enrollment changes, sometimes your schedule changes. That's not optimal, it's not what you want to do, you work through it, but we have to take each of those situations and numbers and do the best we can. But just like with any decision, it's going to come back to how do we continue to have stability, continue to have quality, without making guarantees that we can't necessarily bring forward.
Appreciate that. All right, Director Chanchashore, go ahead. Director Chanchashore.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
For the presentation, and thank you, Director Ray. So practically speaking, first of all, I really appreciate the anticipation that there would be possible disruption when and if a change is made for students because enrollment changes change things that happen in schools. So I really think that's an important point for us to consider and remember. I'm looking at it timeline wise and just wanting to think ahead for next steps in planning in the possibility of planning. we're looking at a November 10th board meeting, and then we're looking at a December board meeting. And we're saying that in December, we're going to share preliminary structure for the second semester. And I'm anticipating then that is what we will be discussing, whether or not beginning in January, kids come back to the same or a different structure for budget and staffing and what the forecast looks like. So I'd like us to remember to consider, and I'm speaking to the board and the staff and to parents and anybody listening as well, is the prep time that schools need needs to be considered while we're talking about this, because we're talking about December making changes and kids coming back in January, and there's a Christmas break. We need to anticipate the time for that change to occur, should it need to occur, and how that'll impact student learning. And then I guess the other only piece I had, and I did so much appreciate the language about minimal disruption and the language about what's best for our students in this course of action. What's best for our students now, as may have been what's best for our students at a different time in a different year, or even at the beginning of this year, might look different. We might have to consider some different scenarios, as you are showing us, that because kids are currently in one system, and if we're going to change the system, we need to look again at is that what's best for students, and how will we know? And how do we know what they currently, what our current data says, and how that data would change given kids coming back to school full time? Those were just some questions that are in my head, and I don't know if you can answer them or if they're just for points of consideration.
Let's back up to the first question. I think Director Chandrashore, and that was the timeline. So I see that our express check-in window is from October 23rd to November 1st. So at our November 10th meeting, we should have a pretty solid idea of which direction we're going to take in terms of what January should look like. So we won't have to wait till December and tell our staff, oh, by the way, you're going to have 80 learning students in your classroom in addition to the ones you already have. So can we talk about that?
Yeah, so I appreciate the question. As you go back and look at the slide 22, we can go back to slide 22. We've tried to put an urgency with spending the right time and quality time with all of the individuals impacted. And what I mean by that is Diane Smith with e-learning is getting feedback, what's working, getting feedback from teachers. HR is working hard to figure out where do staff want to be and what's that looking like. At the same time, Mr. Knight and our school EDOS and principals with their teachers are talking about what if e-learning was in our school, how would it look? When we refer to it be similar to high school, it means school directed, not necessarily the same delivery as high school. Middle school principals and teachers would have to say, if we took that on and we choose to take that on in our building, what would that look like? Then as we start to make decisions with our families in e-learning, with our teachers and with all of our staff, what's best and what's the right decision. So I think you take all those variables information and you look at that timeline, come November, we will have a lot of great feedback. We'll be able to come with you with a lot better answers and clarity because we've got express check-in, we've got feedback from e-learning, we have feedback from our schools. We'll have a much more clearer picture of what our specific options are, maybe are more towards our recommendations of where we're going because we'll have better information and data to kind of set the stage of moving forward. So when we put that out to December about some of our preliminary work, a lot of that's going to depend on what our concrete answers can be. There's a chance that we'll have very few options because we have a solid plan moving forward. There's a chance maybe we have two options because we see that direction going in two different ways and we have to continue to evaluate. But the good part is going to our next board meeting early November, we'll have a lot more detail and we'll also be talking about in continuity, what is our middle school and high school possibility of even returning in person. We'll be spending time with Tri-County. We'll be spending time with our schools to even see the plausibility, as Mr. Knight said, of that continuum. So I think as we move forward in this process, we understand that second semester is going to be on us quickly. We have to have time to do this well. We have to tend to our kids. We have to tend towards our teachers and our staff and our community. So we have to make sure that we're doing this purposeful. We wanted to give you a good time frame so you could see it. And it's very important that you start to see and understand how will this take place. Now, I don't feel confident that I can tell you exactly where we are because we need to get that feedback. But I do feel confident that we have a plan to start painting that picture and being very clear of where our next steps are, what we're recommending moving towards, and why.
Director
I
Chandrashore,
love
I know
the
you had a
clarity.
clarifying.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Director Chandrashore.
Thank you so much. I love the fact that we have a plan that is very visible, that parents can see. My other question is, so at the feedback, families may change learning preferences from 10:23 to 11:1. Let's say that, here's what I'm wondering. If we have families at 80-something% change preferences, or 75%, 60%, and then we can't do it based on other situations, the plausibility of it, not being able to attend to the needs of the schools. How and when will we make sure that we address that with our families who now it may look like we are asking them to make some decisions about changing their learning preference, but we are not saying that can definitely happen at that point. How are we assuring that we're promoting this in a way that is real, and we don't come back and then have parents say, well, 90% said they wanted to come and now you say no, because it's not feasible? How will we make sure parents understand that the learning preference may or may not occur?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think right now, we can make some guesstimates. And we have a lot of families that have chosen e-learning regardless of the learning style right now. So regardless of elementary being hybrid or in person, we have these number of families that are wanting e-learning. I can make an assumption, say no matter how e-learning is delivered, there's going to be a number of families that want e-learning no matter what. There's going to be other families that if it is a more drastic change, might want to think about those opportunities. And we're discussing that to say, if we look at changing, say, middle school level or both levels, what level of engagement do we need to have with those families to say who, no matter what, wants e-learning? And if it's a change, how do we want to reevaluate then and reach out to those families? So we do know that. So if we get back and we feel that maintaining what we have is the best and right decision, and we have plans for that, you probably have less need for that change because it's already happened in that express check-in, that choice to come back at semester. If there are major changes, we are talking about what then at that point, how do we readdress that? So we have ideas, we have plans that will be coming forward at the next meeting, because if those potential changes are coming, how do we readdress that? It would be premature to do it now because we're making assumptions that we just don't have the data. So let's work with the facts and the data and continue to paint that picture and make those decisions.
All right, Director Meek.
Thank you.
I think she just said thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate this presentation. On slide 16, where it goes through the funding, Ms. Kataska, the 13 million, all of that, or most of it, you said essentially is from the CARES Act money. Can you remind me how much we have left over?
We currently estimate we've got about 7 to 8 million. Again, it's always sort of waiting for receipts and things to come in and some of those things, but that's our current estimate about now.
Okay, thank you. And then on slide 20, can you tell me what the approximate cost would be for the 3 different options here?
That will be what we'll start to lay out in the November board meeting as we get some of that feedback about exactly which of those is desirable and for what reasons, and how might it look different than what it looks like in first semester.
Can I add a little bit to that?
Sure.
We talk about school directed. We have one level that's doing that. However, we do believe middle school would look different than the high school model. High school might even tweak it and change up some of their things also. They're going to reflect on what's working. But middle school is a different age group. With their teams, we have to ask them, if it's school directed, what does that really mean? Even if it's taken on as school directed, it could be the same cost. It could be more. That might impact our decisions of what's the best way to move forward with e-learning. So to say that one model is cheaper until we get into that delivery of how, that's where we're going to have to bring more data and information about that to say, is it a plausible option?
That makes sense. I guess what I was wondering, when you're asking for feedback, are we able to even promise these different options as options, because sometimes you're asking for feedback, but if we can't afford it, it makes it a challenging conversation when you're soliciting feedback. So I'm sure you're thinking through all of that.
And Matt and I had a great dialogue on that. So Mr. Reynolds, one of the things we need to make sure as we work with communications and send, what does this look like? Just like with any decision-making process, when we give feedback, just because we want something does not make that decision. It's input to help all of us make the right decision. So there's going to be a lot of different wants and discretion and input, which then comes into decision-making process. So we need to be very clear. There's a lot of things we might want. There's a lot of things we're going to ask for. We have to come back then and say what's impacting our decision, and then we have to do a very good job of explaining that out. So hence, as we get to the next point of the next meeting, we say, here's our data, here's where we're moving to these options, here's why. Here's that data that impacted it, here's the reasons why we're adding to this one option, these two options, these three options, to really explain that well of what led us to that point. Because the input is valued, but there's no one thing that makes the decision.
Right.
True. And I'm sorry, just a couple more. Slide 22 with the timeline. I'm really excited that as you're asking families what their choices are, that I think families will have an easier time this time around because they're not trying to imagine something that isn't tangible yet. But definitely emphasizing it's really two choices, right? It's the full-time e-learning or it's in person based on our metrics, and they'll understand that a little bit better. So I think that's great. Where it talks about the teacher feedback, can you explain how the teacher feedback would work?
You bet. So we are working on a process right now for principals to go back and gather feedback from teachers and then bring it back to a follow-in level meeting, very similar to how we did when we were prepping elementary to come back full in person. So we'll talk through that. We have 3 level meetings in a row over the next 3 weeks. We're meeting this Thursday, Thursday the 29th, and then Thursday, November 5th. So we will be continually conversing back and forth as they are with their staff as well. And we're trying we won't micromanage how they do that in their building, but we will have open discussion for them to share ideas about how I might go back, work with my staff to be able to bring that feedback back to the larger group.
Thank you. I am just really worried about teacher burnout right now. And on the DAC, both of our teacher liaisons have resigned. They're just overwhelmed right now. And that's common everywhere, right, across the country. But I really am very much interested in making sure that we hear from the teachers and really understand from their perspective what their preference would be.
I think you bring up a good point that in my mind kind of answers directly an earlier question from Director Ray, which was, if money were not an object, would we still be having this conversation? Absolutely. We know we need to take a hard look at what's working, what's not working, what's sustainable, and what we need to tweak or change to give our teachers some relief for second semester.
Director Holtzman.
Yeah, really, this is kind of a follow-up to Director Meek's last question. So when I look at slide 20, which basically just lays out the different models and potentials that you'll be talking about, high school e-learning is basically, there's no recommendations for change. And I think that's probably in part because we've asked our principals to do that. And I know that you're already getting their feedback, but really my question goes to, I'm really concerned about those teachers at the high schools that are essentially teaching 3 schools. They're teaching hybrid A, they're teaching hybrid B, and they're teaching their e-learners. And I really believe that, what I'm told over and over again is this is not sustainable. And I'm also told, that the teachers and the principals appreciate the extra compensation that those teachers are getting, but I'm just really concerned that if we can't allocate more staff to the high schools, that we're gonna just have another issue, which is losing staff. So that's one of the things that I had, and then I have one other question. And I understand. I mean, this is very difficult. You may have no answers, but I do think that I appreciate when you meet with DLT. Perhaps some of our high school principals are coming up with those answers or things that they could do to help. And I just would be remiss not to bring that up.
Yeah. So to do my best to answer that, while we're not saying there's going to be substantial change with high school, they are reflecting what we could do better. If there's a need to say add staffing, that's a budgetary request, which as we're making the decisions, these budgetary requests at every level are coming to say, what do we need to do for second semester? So we need to listen. We need to see what we can do better. I can't promise that we can deliver everything that everybody wants, but we need to get a clear picture. So our high school principals are already sharing with each other what's working, what's struggling. This is a tough year no matter the model. But it also goes back to, we tried to anticipate questions on coming back in person at the secondary level. That's a tough topic for a number of reasons. The complexity with tri-county and social distancing and age, we have to meet and start planning with. So we have that scheduled to do. We have to talk about, as high school principals, here's a question that we need to pose. Hybrid model with this other stuff or in person. There is possibly a more risk, but what are the pros and cons? What do you prefer? It's not just what we prefer because we have to look at what's best, but we have to ask those questions to say, how do we evaluate that? Those are going to be a lot of differing opinions. How we start to ask those questions, come back to it, tend to people with ideas over time is going to be an important process. So I think each of those will lend us as we move forward to help us make these decisions. Where we are now and where we'll be in 2 weeks and then 3 weeks from there, that's the process. And that's what will typically lead us to quality or at least better decisions. So again, I don't want to say what teachers or principals will say. That's not fair for me to do. What I can say is we want to have those conversations and listen to what teachers and principals are saying and advocating for and see how we can respond.
Yeah, and I don't want to forget also, I think the special education and the ELD teachers at the middle school level are pretty much in the same situation. So didn't want to forget to mention that. My second question really, and I think we've discussed this a little bit, I think I know the answer, or at least part of it, but obviously our budget, it's going to be tough. It's tough already. And I'm wondering about Edgenuity. I'm wondering how much it's being utilized, and if there's any possibility of cost savings if it's not being utilized. I'm aware of more than one high school that isn't really using it much, if at all. And I'm happy that we have that resource for our teachers. However, if there's any cost-benefit analysis that we could do on that, that would be great.
We appreciate that question. We'll continue to dive into that and come back with better answers and details of value, use, and possibilities.
All right, directors, Director Long, and then let's wrap up so we can take a break. And then Director Graziano is also, so Director Long, go ahead.
I want you to him since I asked a lot of questions.
Director Graziano gave you the
Okay.
hand to go ahead.
Okay. Well, again, thank you very much for the presentations. I agree with the philosophy that we should not promise something that we cannot deliver. It's very dangerous, and we learned a lesson in the first semester. But that said, I think a lot of this is driven by our financial situations. And the state has provided some flexibility on how students account and has offered financial safety net to districts that lost students. So would that help our financial situations? Because CDE will help soften the blow by using the FH provisions that takes into account a district's enrollment for recent years, not just for this year. Would that help our situations, especially we can see that our enrollment has been much less than in the past few years? That's my first questions.
The 10 million that is estimated on slide 16? Nope. Sorry, 20. Keep going. There you go. Yep. The 10.1 million that's estimated there does already take into account the averaging provisions that CDE offers within the funding formula. Had those not been in effect, it would be closer to about 15 or 16 million that we actually would have as a revenue reduction if we were counting kid for kid enrollment reductions.
So in the previous budget forecast scenario, we lay out 2 or 3 scenario if there's a cutting of like 50 million, 30 billions and things like that. So when we plan for our next semester opening, is it possible we do something similar to that? Because the earlier we could nail down our possibility based on how much money that we'll lose to decide what kind of opening that we have, the better for the staff, for the principal, for the parents to plan for what kind of things they can enroll into. The last thing that we want is by our December 1st meeting, we still don't have kind of certainty on how to go. You know, when you have Thanksgiving and Christmas, many people's mind has already been, jolly celebrating, the wonderful holiday season. So I just want to make sure that we could give ourselves much more time and avoid, the fatigue of holiday season add to the problems that we are going to face, with the budget shortfall. So is it possible to give us a several scenario?
Certainly, and that will absolutely be part of our discussion in the November board meeting. To both Director Ray and Mr. Wise's point, if we had all the money in the world, would we do it exactly the way we did it first semester? And that answer is still no. It's worth reviewing to make sure that we're not creating teacher burnout. We're not, disrupting students in a way that we don't intend to. What I will say in terms of the 10 million that is being reduced based on enrollment, there will be formula adjustments to the SBB formula. So as we true up their enrollment counts and adjust those budgets, as well as the enrollment reductions and the revenue that is passed through to charters. So they will automatically be trued up for their enrollment counts as well. So in large part, that $10 million revenue reduction strictly based on enrollment is largely covered through the SBB or charter formula adjustments that exist every year. So that true up process that happens in the late fall. There's also the benefit of the capacity being brought over from the CARES funding related to the increased instructional time. So that will give us at least about a $6 million cushion in the general fund to absorb some of those costs that were previously funded by CARES. It's like putting an extension on the CARES funding by changing that funding mechanism. So my goal is that we can make the decisions that are best for students and staff. And my goal is that we can fund whatever we determine is that best decision, but it still requires us to go through that evaluation process to make sure that we're evaluating where we did spend money to the point about edgenuity and seeing if there are costs that we were, just expending in the first semester because we were in this very urgent mode of we gotta go, we gotta get school ready and get it opened. I'm certain that there are places where maybe we would have made some different decisions had we had that longer runway of planning and with the benefit of hindsight in terms of the decisions that were made. So Director Lung, my goal is that we are funding second semester with the least amount of classroom disruption, but also the least amount of financial disruption that we possibly can, so that we're not having to go back and relitigate the entirety of the budget to make these decisions come to fruition.
And as we start to have these conversations in each of our meetings, so coming up in November, not only will we have better data, you're going to have more budget projections. We'll be looking at that impact of October count. We'll be looking at where do we fall with all of our other money coming in and how you balance that. So again, that prelude of what's to come, we need better data to say, what are our stronger options? The cost of those stronger options, how does this impact of where we are and what we have moving forward? As we look at those non-negotiables of what we want to provide and what we need to get to, where do we find those funds? We have to take a look at what do we have? What are our contingencies? What impact might reserve have? Until we have some of those better cost examples and options of here are our choices and where we're going, That's really where we're going to be working on those next steps. So you actually asked a great question of where you're going to get more detail at the November 10th. Our principals, while they're working those level meetings of decisions, will also be getting the budget updates. So our goal is not only providing it to schools, but we're also providing it to you within our public, within our budget, our board meetings, to give you a better budget analysis. Now, I don't want to guarantee that we'll be able to give you exact every detail on November 10th, but we're going to be a lot closer. Then by our December meetings, early December, we should be even stronger in this piece of where are we moving forward, and that includes all of our budget. Okay, that includes where are we with deficit, where are we with other CARES Act that's opening up other funds. We might know at that time, are we going to get any more money? CARES Act, federal funds. So at that time, we'll have a better projection and impact and where we are planning to be. And that planning is a great piece because that's where you go into the January piece with site-based budgets and schools working on their school budgets on that side. So it's really trying to get ahead of this to make it more clear, to show where we are and how we're going to have to execute our plan to make this happen.
All right, Director Lund, go ahead. I mean, Director Graziano, excuse me. He's on my mind all the time. Director Graziano.
Thanks for the presentation. Love the timeline, well laid out. We talk a lot up here about feedback, the challenge. I would just like us to, again, look back. The last board meeting, we received some very telling feedback or public comment from a student regarding their experience and what they're experiencing in the hybrid model. And I won't have to read the whole thing, but just the points around it, less material, a shortfall of their education. So I guess my ask again, and this was brought up in the last meeting, is I am very interested in seeing the performance levels of where our kids are at this point, based on almost a year in remote learning and a hybrid model. And I would just ask, as you're doing this evaluation, that we consider that what we're doing for a lot of these kids, while it's not good enough, and I think we have to look at ways to do better. I can only put it in the framework of my world, like our students as our customers. They're suffering. They need more. I realize there's burnout. It's hard work, but that's the work. And we get these requests from students, and a couple of them have commented. I just really think we need to recognize that feedback, and that's where we need to work from. So I don't know if that's a question. My question would be to ask is if we can get that information as a comparison of what the results have been from where they were prior to remote learning and where they are now, and see that impact.
So what I'm hearing are two things similar, but two things that we can work through in our process. Making sure as we're working with teachers and thinking about pros and cons in these models, to have the understanding of where are our students, not only what they want, but having data to show where are they progressing. And I think as our teachers start thinking about their own decisions on top of all of our decisions in this, to share that data, reflect on that data, help feedback come from that data, then as we start making decisions to also be aware of that data, and then to share it with you also. So it's part of the process. On top of it, our next meeting, you'd like to see if we can pull some of that assessment data to share their progress.
Yeah, I guess it's one thing for us to say we're delivering a hybrid model or e-learning, but it's another to say, is it working adequately? It's one thing just to do the work. So that'd be.
So
Appreciate that.
I can certainly touch on a little bit of that. So you saw earlier that we had a snapshot. One of the questions that we had last spring was, what does the engagement of our students look like? And that was one example of one of our vendors taking the time, based on a request that we had, of let's examine our engagement level with our kids, and that was their response. They had that nice award that was given to 11 of our schools. We just now got a copy of our most recent diagnostic for iReady this fall. That was something that was reported out to us last week by our vendor, and they put a nice presentation together for us regarding what does our performance for K-8 look like, and this is on their assessment platform for reading and math. So we do have that data that we can certainly report out and look at one snapshot in time. I mean, it is a snapshot in time, and it'll give us an opportunity to look at this fall in comparison to previous falls. So you can see our performance. Also, we're looking at different ways of reporting that data based on the modality. That's our next level of ask that I'll be submitting to iReady tomorrow, which is let's look at our e-learning kids in comparison to those ones that are currently on the hybrid at that point, because we had all of our students in the hybrid model. So now our high schools is another question that we're going to have some data on. You know, they've had the administration of the SAT back in September that we can certainly look at. SAT is not an end-all be-all, but it'll give us a snapshot. Another conversation that happened at one of their level meetings was the idea of grades. We can certainly look at grades as something of a slight indicator, a litmus test, on where we typically are at that time of year. So these are all conversations that we're having internally, and I'd be happy to present that information to you.
Very good. Again, great presentation, great information. The intentionality, the feedback, the data, just music to our ears. So we're looking forward to November 10th. The only other thing I would add that I heard, and I want to make sure that we don't lose from Director Holtzman, is we really need to talk about compensation for teachers beyond the dollar compensation, whether that's reprieve time, whether that's comp time. But if one of these scenarios are going to be suggested where our teachers are doing more, we can't just continue to keep paying them extra responsibility pay, because what they're telling us is they need downtime. So we would be interested in hearing that from our teachers as well. As what do you need if this is a scenario that we have to look at?
Yeah, and we're diving into that. I think we're talking about not only teachers, but look at all of our employee groups and how do we value and take care of all of our employee groups. You look at our school nurses and our health and wellness team. You look at our O&M groups who are disinfecting at night when we have to do shutdowns and the extra time that they're spending and the care. You look at our communications group that are sending letters and working nights, weekends all the time. And then you look at our teachers and staff. We are trying to be very purposeful, and each grade level has different impacts. Instructional minutes, time, how we can create the gift of time and purpose of time is what we're really looking at. There's a lot of ideas which we value, but we're trying to make sure that as we make the right decisions with people, we don't want to increase days into the summer, but how do we do this well and take care of people in each of our models? So I want you to know, as much as we thought about a quick answer, we've slowed it down just a tad to say what's a quality answer. And I probably need to do a better job of sharing out those next steps to everybody so they know that we are evaluating this and we'll be moving that forward. So I'll take that on as a next step of communication to make sure with principals, whether we do it a formal communication or through our principals and back to teachers of where are we, what are we looking at, get feedback of what could be best to get some of those decisions made to look at all of our employees, but then also, as you guys pointed out, the needs of all of our families too. I mean, it's a complex situation, and how do we start to address a lot of different factors, and there's not one perfect answer. Otherwise, everyone would be doing that. So, but I want you to know we're addressing it. I'll try to make that a little more visible and communicate that out so everybody has a better understanding of those possibilities and those ideas and get feedback.
Very good. All right. All right, board, let's take about a 5-minute break and be back here at 8:40. Director Long must be on his way back, but I think we'll go ahead and get started with our next agenda item, which are superintendent policy updates. As you know, we have district policies, but we have some policies that are authorized by us as a board and some policies that are authorized by our superintendent. Our general legal counsel, Mary Clemish, is here just to give us some updates on some work that has happened regarding those policies that are being authorized and that we've delegated to our superintendent to define. So good evening, Mrs. Clemish. Nice to see you, and we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Director Ray, and good evening, members of the board. Just reiterating again what Director Ray has shared, there are a number of district policies which have been delegated by the board to the superintendent for review as well as revision, and in some instances, as a result of the work with CASB, there has been a number of superintendent policies identified for consideration as new district policies. And so this evening, I'm going to report to you a little bit on the status of where the administration is at in taking recommendations to our superintendent with respect to superintendent policies. Recently, effective this past week, Interim Superintendent Corey Wise has approved 2 policies, Superintendent File EBBA, addressing the prevention of disease and infection transmission, and EBBA-R, it is more of a regulatory provision, more specifically addressing the prevention of disease and infection transmission. Both of these policies hadn't been updated since 2003. In 2003, we were not as concerned about pandemic awareness, as well as had a concern with respect to the transmission of infectious diseases such as COVID-19. And as a result, these 2 policies have been updated to reflect the inclusion of COVID-19 and specifics with respect to mitigating the transmission of COVID-19. Both of these policies are now included and approved and will be posted with the district's policies for review by the public, and it's part of our board manual. If they're not now, they will be very soon. The next updates that I want to share with all of you, you're very familiar with. We reviewed them recently with respect to Title IX's new requirements, regulatory requirements. And at that time, not only did we update board policy, but consistent with the updates required to board policy, we also updated policies and procedures related to the district's non-discrimination mandates and implementation procedures, which are contained within the district's policies, which have been delegated to the superintendent. As a result of that, the superintendent's policies were updated at ACR-1, ACR-2, ACE-1, ECE-2, and JBB-R-2. Now, all of those policies really relate to the very specific complaint procedures that apply to implementation of our district's policies at AC, which prohibit discrimination as well as prohibit sexual harassment, which is in violation of Title IX. So all of those policies are in place now. We actually have a dedicated web page that lists all of these policies and procedures specifically to meet the requirements of Title IX's regulations. And our compliance officer, Ted Knight, has been extremely diligent, in my view, as well as many of our other senior administrators, including our DOS, Mrs. Thompson, who have been dedicated to training and implementing these procedures consistent with the newly adopted policies. So I am very appreciative of all of their work and appreciative that they're part of our senior level team to make sure that we're meeting our district's obligations and furthering our commitments of non-discrimination in this district. The next group of policies that I want to share a bit about in terms of the status of the updates to them Our policies in the G policy area, G policies address personnel policies, and the superintendent file policies that have already been updated as a result mostly of the need to address workplace health and safety protection and staff health as a result of the mitigation of COVID-19 in the workplace. Our two superintendent files, GBAB and GBGA. GBAB addresses workplace health and safety protection, and GBGA addresses staff health. Both of these policies were updated in August and September of this year and are presently available for review on the district's in the district's policy book. Finally, I shouldn't say finally, but again, with respect to our G policies, we have a list of almost 20, I believe there's 17 policies which we're working on at this time, which will be going to the superintendent in the very, very near future. The ability to review these policies and take them to the superintendent at this time results from the fact that, number one, the board has gone through and reviewed and updated its G policies addressing personnel practices and procedures. And then number two, all of these policies were carefully reviewed and input vetted with our employee council members. And we're now presently vetting them with senior administration and will very soon be taking them to Superintendent Wise for his final approval. And then we will report back to the board on those policies. Of those policies, I just want to share that in the G policies, many of these policies are new policies to our policy book. And these policies had been recommended, the new policies, except for one, were recommended by CASB as part of their initial review and itemization of the policy process for the board. The listing of those policies which have been delegated to the superintendent for consideration as new policies is found at policy BG-E. And of those new policies, several relate to designating specific leave types, such as the family medical leave policy, military leave, staff legal leave. Other new policies address circumstances related to addressing very specific employment related things with respect to supporting our staff, as well as addressing staff discipline, suspension, dismissal, employment, or resignation. So all of these policies had been recommended by CASB, and they will be coming to Mr. Weiss very soon and then back to the board. Within those G policies we're considering, which is a new policy which has not been recommended by CASB, is one that they, I suspect, didn't anticipate the need for at the time they made their recommendations when we started our policy review process. And that policy relates to the remote work and staff telecommuting policy, which is a new policy that is presently being considered by, has been drafted and will be considered and finalized very shortly by our superintendent. The next group of policies, superintendent policies, that we're moving towards reviewing at the administrative level are the J policies, superintendent file policies. And as we review those policies, we will be vetting them with our student advisory group, and I will be sharing them with them along with a review of those board policies that will be up for consideration as well in the J group of policies. As you all know, the J policies are those policies which address student-related matters. And within the J policies, there are a number of policies which haven't been updated for some time, both superintendent and board policies, and we'll be bringing those policies to the board soon, hopefully within the next few months. and then we'll be finalizing revisions to our superintendent file, J policies as well, some of which may be revised sooner rather than later so that they are consistent with some recent statutory changes and revisions. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I very generally described for you our policy updates. I will continue to share with the board the status of our policy updates as we bring them to both the board as well as to the superintendent for final approval. Any questions from any of the directors? I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Clemish. Directors, any questions on those categorical kinds of policies that Mrs. Clemish is talking about, either that they're coming to be updated or are currently revised as stated? Any questions in terms of, or clarification in terms of the process used to do that? All right, that's not seeing any questions. Again, Ms. Clemish, thank you for your great work too and supporting the process as we continue. I know board directors, we put our policy project on hold because of other things that we're focused on right now. But I think the policies that Mrs. Clemish is talking about that we would bring forward are those that are so different than what statutory updates tell us we should be doing, that we want to make sure those get prioritized right away. You know, and there are policies like expulsion, where there's actually a differentiation between whether you expel elementary students versus secondary students and some of those parameters. So as Mrs. Clemish mentioned, we have policies that are, good, somewhere around 20 years old that haven't been touched. And so there's some of those that we felt like there's an urgent need for us to take a look at. And then we, as a board, can decide once we want to get back into revising and looking at that J section as well as the I section, which deals with instruction. Those are two big sections in front of us that we really do need to address eventually. But I think Mrs. Clemish and her team is doing a great job at prioritizing those things that need our immediate attention, and I appreciate her keeping us updated. So thank you, Ms. Clemish. I don't see any other questions at this point, so we'll move on. All right.
Thank you. And I do want to express my appreciation and recognition of my colleagues on cabinet who have expended considerable time reviewing all of these policies and also providing input. Their input has been very beneficial to bring to the attention to our legal team those things that needed to be addressed specifically for the needs of our district. And I would be remiss in not expressing gratitude to them for their time and commitment, especially during the past few months, which have been extremely busy for all of them. So much appreciation to our cabinet and our senior leadership and our DOS and others who've been helpful in putting these together and finalizing them.
Well said, and please, cabinet members that are sitting here looking at us, take that and savor that acknowledgement, because we certainly agree. All right, we're going to move on to board reports, and I'll just start out with a couple of items. First of all, agenda planning is this Friday. It's a remote planning time at 10 o'clock. And as you know, we also have our work session this Saturday with Interim Superintendent Wise. I've sent you out an agenda with some attachments. I also want to just make note that Director Graziano also challenged us with a homework assignment that if you are in agreement, I think it's a great place for us to start in terms of getting clear about what it is that we want to take away in terms of our accomplishments as a board. And so I'm willing, if all the rest of you are willing, to do some drafting before Saturday according to the prompt that Director Graziano has given us. I want to just pause there for a second. So the other important piece, and I think I shared this to you in an email, is in that agenda there's active links, and certainly would like you to take a look at the work we did in last April. because we will definitely be connecting to that and building upon that work that we did, so we're not just going back and starting all over again. And then also, there's an article that Director Meek provided just to help us self-evaluate our governing practices. And I would say those are two things that would be helpful to be familiar with, as well as bringing your composition that Director Graziano has assigned us for Saturday. Any questions about the Saturday retreat, or Saturday work session? Any questions about what we're accomplishing? And that is remote as well, so we can all see each other's faces. So I'm looking forward to that being a very productive time with us, for us. And then, as you heard, November 10th is our next meeting, which is out of sequence to our typical sequence of Tuesdays. So just make a note of that as well. So that, I believe, are all the agenda items I had. Director Holtzman.
Yeah, so since we're ending on time and early, I'm glad because I actually needed to share a little bit more than I usually do about RMSL, the Rocky Mountain School of Expeditionary Learning. For those of you who don't know, RMSL is a school located at University and Holly in Denver. We've been a part of this school, which is a BOCES, for about 26 years. We are partners with Denver Public Schools, Cherry Creek School District, Littleton Public Schools, and Aurora Public Schools, as well as a representative from the Public Education and Business Coalition, PEPC. So this, like I said, it's been around for 26 years. The current term of our IGA, our Intergovernmental Agreement, doesn't end until June of 2022. However, we're starting at RMSL a 10-year strategic plan. We're looking at a draft and working with the community there. And in conjunction with that, we'll also be taking a look at the current IGA and reviewing that. So I just want to let you guys know that that's happening. It's kind of a big event at RMSL. Douglas County School District has allowed 50 students to attend that school. It's a K through 12 school of about 400 students. For the time that I've been on that board, we have not filled our allocation. I think this year we have less than 40 students. So just wanted you guys to know that that's going on, but otherwise RMSL is doing well. And I think that's it. Thanks.
Director Holtzman, are there anything that you would recommend that we be thinking about with regards to RMSL as a board?
Yeah, I would like us to eventually kind of review. I'm going to be requesting some information, like how many students have attended over the past 5 years and how many are possibly predicted for next year. I'm just wondering if we want to reevaluate something that's been going on for 26 years and don't have a lot of our students attending, and those students are deemed enrolled in Denver Public Schools for all purposes. So so I think at some point, as I review it with my RMSL colleagues, I might want you all to take a look and at least confirm before, obviously, before we would renew that agreement. I would want the board direction of staff, which direction to go. So I'm just going to be looking into that, and I'll bring more information back.
Might be helpful, too, to have our new choice programming director really tied into the conversation as part of the big picture of choices that we offer students. And I don't know if she has been part of that process or not, but
I think that's a great idea, if that's okay.
So Mr. Wise, we can alert her to connect with Mrs. Holtzman, Director Holtzman, because I think she's right. When you have a program that's been there for 26, 27 years, really need to reevaluate the benefits as well as whether it fits still in our repertoire of choice opportunities that we want to offer students. Thank you, Director Holtzman. Anybody else have anything else that they would like to report out on, either your committee or any other information you want for the good of the group? Looking around. Doing wait time, going once. All right. Looks like we are near the end of our agenda, so I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Long, second by Holtzman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Have a great evening.